your nigga mouth if you can't walk the talk. Smoked. Me running really, really fast. Ginger eye round the back of me black ass. Chasing me like a devil, pot belly of the beast. Calling me a dickhead, there is no resist. Closing inch by inch, got me in a pinch. Modern day Scotty Rock a laundry lynch. No use to fight back. MMA, knock your nigga head like a KKK. Push your nigga mouth if you can't walk the talk. Smoke. Me running really, really fast. Ginger eye on the back of.
What is going on, everybody? How we doing today? As usual, hope you're doing well. It is a Saturday, and we're doing our usual Saturday stream. And I want to apologize. You know, I haven't been streaming as much lately. I've had a bunch of stuff going on, and you know, if I have had the time, I usually haven't had the energy. So, you know, sorry for not streaming last night. Sorry for not streaming on Wednesday. I'm already not doing great in the whole maintaining what was left of my audience thing, and I don't anticipate that's going to get any easier with Fish Tank starting tomorrow. But you know, I just want to say thank you everybody who's here today, and thank you everybody who tuned in for a while. What's going on, Zach? What's going on, Buster Zuzu? What's going on, Hoghorn NC? What's going on, tons of underscores? 3413. What's going on, Counter Signal? Hope we're all doing good tonight. I also hope you can hear me. Yep, you should be able to hear me just fine. You should be able to. You know, my microphone's a little bit annoying. You know, I apologize. Ever since I got this mic arm, it's nice that I don't have to like lean into it as much anymore. And it doesn't look as bad as I anticipated it looking. I resisted getting one of these things because I just didn't like the idea, but. You know, what's going on, Scratch Coast 23 current? What the fuck you talking about? Yeah, that's probably the most I've had watching me this year concurrent. So there's that. But every turbo racist knows that SupaHotFire is the wrong type of black to fight. He's anime black. Gypsy needs to fight sports model, not an anime or nerd model. Yeah, like SupaHotFire. Like I remember watching his videos back in the day. Those were funny. You know, those were like fun black people humor. Like there's a lot of black people humor on the internet nowadays that's just like ignorant. It's like, yo, this fucking like, yo, like, well, why are you making jokes about robbing people and that's supposed to be funny? It's not. It sucks, and it makes me wonder about you. You know. But like SupaHotFire was really fun because, you know, he was making fun of something that was going on a lot back in the day, and it still goes on today, but it was especially big back then from what I remember. You had these like rap battles that weren't even really fucking rap battles. Dudes would just like talk at each other. Not even like freestyle rapping. Literally, it'd be like clearly they wrote something down beforehand and they came up and they had it memorized, and they didn't even try to memorize it like it was a song. It's like it was just bad, you know. And that was fun. I like those videos, you know. So I almost kind of feel bad for SupaHotFire. Excuse me, SupaHotFire. SupaHotFire is the guy that we are going to be seeing. Volume is so low. Where is the fight streaming? It's gonna be on Kick. We are actually going to tune into that. And since it's Aiden Ross's stream, I I don't know. I might get popped if I show it, but I also want to believe that I won't get popped if I show it. So I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a shot. All right. We are going to actually be watching it on here. You're gonna see me reacting to things. So be prepared. Be prepared. Okay. And yeah, that'll do its thing. Beard looking thick, by the way. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And Mr. Prossi, like I don't know what to do about that right now. I got to be honest with you. I mean, I suppose I could try to turn it up a little bit here, but I don't know if that's gonna help. The thing is, I don't want my and you see my audio's peaking a little bit. My audio's peaking a little bit. I don't want my audio to peak. Like if it, and unfortunately everybody's ears are a little bit different. I can't tell you the amount of times I've been like, "Oh, hey, do I sound good?" And people are like, "Nah, you're low, turn it up." And then when I listen back, my audio's peaking like a motherfucker. It's like, holy shit, you know? So I got to be honest with you. I'm probably going to keep it about where it's at right now. But if I can figure out how to kind of mess with it a little bit, I will, you know? So there's that. By the way, yes, I am speaking into the proper side. Um, um, I don't watch too many fights, but a 30-pound difference is quite large, isn't it? It's also 30 pounds of muscle, not fat. Yeah. Yeah, that is there's a lot of aspects of this fight that like I want to talk about, and that's one of them that I didn't even know about. I knew that Gypsy was a lot bigger than SupaHotFire, but like a 10-pound difference is gargantuan. A 5-pound difference, that's kind of big. Like 5 pounds is kind of big. 10 pounds is like holy shit, this is a completely different weight class. 30-pound weight difference, eesh, yeesh. And then on top of that, Gypsy Crusader is not bad at Muay Thai. He's actually like I've seen him fight before. A while ago, I believe, within the last 6 or so months, we watched some of Gypsy Crusader's fights. He's good at Muay Thai. He's good, right? Excuse me. I watched SupaHotFire. I watched a clip of one of his fights last year, and he is not good at all. It would not surprise me if he doesn't even train, if he just gets in there and starts throwing ham hocks at other dudes that don't train, because that's the reality of what influencer boxing is. And I don't think that's a bad thing. In fact, I think brand risk is exactly what influencer boxing was supposed to be. You take guys that everybody kind of has a basic idea of, whether it's, Zoomers, or if it's dudes like, my age, all right, the unks, all right. Everybody knew who SupaHotFire was back in the day. And you pit them against other people that are like that. What became of Misfits is kind of like weird, because Misfits became its own thing. It kind of developed its own ecosystem that was just like kind of foolish, if we're being honest here. And because of that, it just did not it's not doing as well as it's supposed to, as it was supposed to, because now you have dudes that they weren't really that well known prior to. They maybe had like 1 million followers on TikTok, but that doesn't really mean anything, if we're being honest here. Like being famous on TikTok doesn't really mean anything, even being famous on YouTube is like there's eh, I don't know. Bottom line, like, there was a lot of guys that hopped on the Misfits train, and they saw a way that they could kind of like develop themselves into a brand that is just outside of what Salt Poppy was doing, which was like the pretend run guy. That's what Salt Poppy was, and he jumped on that, and good for him. But that's not what Misfits was meant to be. It was meant to be what happens if JonTron fights the angry video game nerd. That's what that was supposed to be. And that's actually why it's unfortunate that what's it called, the fucking iDubbbz, what was Creator Clash. That's why it's actually kind of unfortunate that Creator Clash fell through, because for one thing, iDubbbz was kind of turning it into like left-wing sex worker, or excuse me, prostitute. He was turning it into left-wing prostitute Misfits boxing is what he was doing. But then in addition to that, like, there were still interesting matchups. Like, it would have been cool to see Chris Ray Gun versus Froggy Fresh. Jeez, I know Froggy Fresh, and I fucking forgot his name for a second. Sorry, Tyler. But what's it called? like that would have been real cool because those are two titans of the internet, you know, more so Froggy Fresh, but everybody kind of knows Chris Ray Gun in one form or another from that skeptic YouTube days, from those skeptic YouTube days, you know. When does the fight start? It's supposed to be around now. Actually, I'm waiting for Aiden's stream to go live. Usually, stuff like this, they're gonna be a little bit late, you know. Oh, excuse me. But since we're chilling here too, since we're chilling here and we're waiting, I'm going to oh, hold on 1 sec. Sorry, I'm trying to keep in touch with my wife. There we go. Anyway, don't they have any tough blacks for Paul to fight? I don't get it. I mean, Aiden Ross, like again, influencer boxing isn't about matchups. It is about matchups, but it's not about matchups insofar as, hey, we want to make good matchups where dudes are gonna like fight and they're gonna like you know. They don't care about even matchups. That's not the point of what brand risk is, or influencer boxing in general. The point is, hey, here's a titan of the internet, here's another titan of the internet, let's see them run at each other and fucking collide head first. That's what it's supposed to be, you know. I would like to see Gypsy Crusader actually fight someone who is more on his level, you know. But I wanted to point something out here. People, you know. Yes, thank you very much, Musta X1. I would appreciate if everyone would leave a like. Oh, excuse me. Scott, I heard your wife was rear-ended by a woman, and then 2 female officers came, and no one took pictures. Yeah, I'll tell you that story real quick. My wife is driving. She stops behind this car. This other car, I guess she meant to hit the brake, but she hit the gas. She went bang right into my wife's rear, and then my wife went right into the car in front of her. So this is a 3-car crash right now. It's all women, and worse, it's all women whose first language is not English. So I show up because it's close enough that I can walk to the crash, right? And when I get there, everyone's just like, that is the physical representation of the energy that everybody was emanating. No one exchanged information. No one talked about like, hey, are you all right? Are you all right? Like, nobody did any of that. And I show up, and like none of the women are even talking to each other. They're just all kind of like dissociated. Is I think the word that I used in that tweet. They were just dissociated. And when I get there, I'm like, okay, I guess I got to take fucking charge here. So I start trying to get everybody to work together. The cops show up because they called the cops. 2 female cops jump out. And it was just hell. It was just hectic. You know, it was real fucking annoying, you know? And the worst thing about dealing with women in a situation like that is that they resent you the entire time. Like, what a woman needs is time to just like not time to just like unwind after that kind of thing. And that's not how the world works. So when you, the man, show up and you're like, okay, if we're going to get out of this situation, I need this, and that done. When you start doing that, they're like, okay, all right, okay. Why are you being mean to me? Like that's the energy they hit you with, you know? And that just makes it harder. And it's like, yo, I'm not even being mean. You're just not doing what you need to do. You're being useless. I'm not mean. You're just being useless right now. And I get it. You know, car crash. Nobody likes those things. You're a little spooked. You're a little like, whoa, what just happened? How did that happen? Whoa. The man is here. Let me take care of it for you. And don't fucking hate me for it. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple, you know? Nothing's happening on Kick. I only made a Kick account for this fight. Is this actually happening? Do I watch on Aiden's stream? Yes, I believe you're supposed to watch it on Aiden's stream, which is where we're going to be watching it. But first, here it is. I wanted to point something out here, right? This is bothering me. So, Gypsy Crusader, a lot of people may know or may not know, but he has kickboxing experience, specifically Muay Thai, and he is a pretty standard Thai fighter, right? And Thai fighters, their hands are very specific. The way Muay Thai dudes box, even Muay Mat, right? Which those are very hand heavy fighters. They're boxing heavy fighters. They don't tend to box like Western boxers do. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Western boxing is superior to the Thai style of hand technique, right? And what happened is the Thais actually took Western boxing and they implemented it into Muay Thai, which was primarily a kicking and clinch style of art, right? Muay Thai, you tend to see more kick battles, right? And kicks are worth more points. There's more of an opportunity for you to gain an advantage utilizing kicks under the Thai style or the Thai rule set. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm getting all bungled up here, right? Getting all jumbled. So Gypsy does not look bad. He doesn't look amazing here, but the thing is, look at how hard he's going. Bang, bang, bang. Right? That is. He's keeping it light. He's keeping it technical. Right? He's taking it nice and easy. He's just, he's not worried about speed. He's not worried about power, right? And again, like I said, the Western style of boxing is superior to the Thai style of boxing. But there's things that the Thai style of boxing does very, very good. And I would guess that we're probably going to see a little bit of that today when we see Gypsy fight. One of the things that the Thai do extremely well, better than anybody, is they weaponize pace and tempo in a way that I've not ever seen anybody else able to do. I'm more of a fan of the Dutch style of kickboxing, very pressing forward, throwing hard, heavy combinations, really trying to fucking take a dude's head off. But the finesse that the Thai fighters, the Nak Muay, the finesse that they operate with is so fucking fun to see when you see them really start getting going. It's awesome, And I would love to see a little bit of that out of Gypsy Crusader tonight. People are saying like, oh, Gypsy looks bad. It's like, no, he actually does not look bad here at all. He's not trying that hard in the first place, It's just people don't know what they're looking at half the time, and they just make assumptions, and those assumptions, if I'm just being honest here, they get on my nerves a little bit. That's really what it is. They just get on my fucking nerves as somebody who has dedicated his life to different combat sports and just MMA as a concept. And I've fought in MMA a couple of times too. Like to see random people on the internet be like this right here. I don't know who this ape guy is. Maybe he's just trying to rage bait, but also I think it's really convenient for people to say something stupid and then be like, dude, you just got baited, bro. Dude, you just got rage baited. Dude, I bet you feel fucking stupid. Dude, I bet you feel fucking stupid, dude. SupaHotFire might actually beat this guy. Not quite. We're gonna take a look at SupaHotFire as well, right? SupaHot. What the fuck? Get out of here. SupaHotFire. Boxing. Look at this. Again, this is what people are saying is gonna beat Gypsy Crusader tonight. People think this is what's gonna beat Gypsy Crusader tonight. It's funny too because SupaHotFire, right? In this case, he's actually not doing like he's doing some things that you should actually probably do if you don't know how to fight. Like you should close distance, you should try to tie up the arms whenever you can, and then take opportunities to start hitting someone. But this is also somebody who doesn't know how to fight. And Gypsy Crusader knows how to fight. And I'm not like a Gypsy Crusader guy or anything like that. That's not my thing. Like I never really watched his stuff. I know he's like the Joker, Omegle, N-word guy, right? And I'm not going to sit here and go on a long-winded rant about like, I figured in the year 2026 we would be over that. I figured we would have been past that. But no, I guess we're not. I'm not going to do that, but I never watched Gypsy Crusader stuff. I'm not really interested in N-word guys on the internet, right? Regardless of what political stances I may or may not hold. I'm not interested in dudes that are just like I say the N-word on the internet, right? But like uh, it's just objectively, everything is stacked against Fire. And if he wins, then honestly, I would be extremely happy for him, just because that is such an insurmountable, that is such an impassable valley that he was able to actually get through. It's like, wow, how can you not look at someone who just triumphed in that way in over like in the craziest mismatch that you've ever seen? How can you not look at someone and be like, wow, good for that guy, you know? But it's not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. You know, we're probably gonna see a bloodbath unless there's a situation like what's his face, um un, unless there's a situation where sorry, I'm like reading and I'm reading and fucking trying to talk. Unless there's a situation like with Andrew Tate where Andrew like he probably didn't train that hard and he got in there, and when there wasn't like a 2-second knockout, he was like, "Oh gosh, I am really tired right now," and it becomes a hugging match. You know, like anything can happen. But the smart money is on Gypsy Crusader, Paul Miller. Somebody asked about Aria. Oh, Scott, they're saying that the Indian woman kicked from season 5 cast is a longtime friend of Aria. Did you also know Tarini? No, I've never known her. Aria is someone who like I consider him to be a friend. You know, there was a time we talked every day, but we weren't like hanging out like that because we were in the activist sphere, you know. So we would talk like literally every day, but of course, because everything's got to be hush hush and we don't know each other's names and stuff like that, um he may not have known my name up until I revealed myself to him. We didn't tell each other's names. He made the mistake of telling us his name because he's REA. And you know, that's the kind of thing he'll do every now and again. He'll overshare about something, and he told us his name one day. Um, but like me, like I used pseudonyms, as in like Joe Smith type shit, when I would, if somebody asked me my name and I couldn't be like, yeah, so I'm Mr. Big Dick, you know. But then I also used those kinds of like just screen name type deals as well, you know. So like when it comes to people that REA knew outside of that, I really didn't know anybody. And plus, I don't know if this woman is actually from Massachusetts. If she's Indian, there's a chance she's from Massachusetts, and she's from a town that I used to wrestle and play football and baseball against when I was a kid, because that town has Jews and Indians in it. That's pretty much it. It's just Jews and Indians. So it wouldn't surprise me if she is from Massachusetts, you know? Hi, yeah. Hi, my name's Mo Lester. Exactly. Um I believe it got delayed a bit, but starting soon. Yeah, I figure it's probably delayed. I mean, it definitely is delayed. It's 8:21 right now. Hey, watching from Europe here. Gypsy Crusader fight anytime soon? Thanks. I mean, it hasn't even started yet. You know, I'm keep up. So this shit right here is this shit right here is interesting. That wasn't there before. That tells me that we're probably going to start pretty soon. Pretty soon. Wow, sounds like a great town. It actually is a nice town, believe it or not. It is. It is a nice town. You can do the math and you can make assumptions as to why it's a nice town. You know. But yeah, very low crime. You never hear about like robberies or drug dealing or anything like that there, you know. Really, really, really beautiful area. I would live there if I could, but you know, it'd be pretty annoying being looked down on for not being Indian or Jewish, you know. Oh, excuse me, jeez. Yes, Indian woman named Tarini was kicked. Unclear if she was kicked for bragging on Reddit about being cast or specifically for saying she was a friend of Arye. Oh gosh, I gotta sneeze. I gotta sneeze. It doesn't want to come out though. Excuse me. Oh man, excuse me. Jeez, Louise. Jeez, Louise. That's my name is Jeez Louise. Sorry, Scott, it's Fish Tank Eve. We're gonna talk Fish Tank a bit. I mean, I don't mind, you know. I'm curious about what's gonna go down tomorrow. Fucking you know, Bam Margera is the new host. That's a really good get, you know. I'm curious how that's gonna work though. Because although Bam Margera was like his thing was jackass, so it's like I'm sure he can deal with you know, that type of stuff. Like there's a difference between but yeah. I mean, it's not like he was only on Jackass. He was on Viva La Bam as well, you know. Um, you know, and he's done like different shows and movies and stuff like that. So it's like I'm sure you know I'm sure he's gonna be fine enough anyway, fine enough. But yeah, that's a really good get. Good for them for being able to do that. And yeah, you know, hopefully hopefully it works out. It's gonna be a 30-day season this year. It's gonna be in Georgia. You know, you guys probably knew this before I even did. I'm not like paying close. Oh, excuse me, jeez. I'm not paying close attention myself. You know, is Bam racist enough to handle it? Exactly. Like and that's what I was thinking is like, what happens? What happens when people start trying to circumvent the filter to find a creative way to say the N word? What happens then? You know, I would assume they're probably not going to let Ryan Dunn TTSs through as well. But what happens if one of those slips through? Yeah, what's going to happen there? You know, I remember Come Town, they had Bam on, and then he relapsed like a day or two later. You know, sure that was just a coincidence. I'm sure it was just a big funny coincidence, but it's interesting. Yeah, I do think Bam could be a good host, you know, but I'm just curious how different the dynamic's gonna be, you know. I'm curious how that's gonna work, and I would hope I just hope I hope everything works out for him, man. You know, I don't think they can I don't think they can deal with one more failure. You know, like season 3 was a failure that they tried to salvage. They did the right thing there. Season 4, okay, another failure. Like they didn't try to salvage it this time, and I don't blame them for that because it's like how many times are you going to be like road trip? You know, you can't fucking do that all the time. You know, season 5 needs to be not just successful. It needs to be spectacular, you know, and I hope it is spectacular. I hope it's spectacular. I hope that they have enough land down in Georgia that they can throw together a Blood Games too, and I hope I'll be able to get down there and fucking do it. Maybe whatever, you know, we'll see though. I'm gonna let them do their thing, and I'm gonna continue doing mine. And yeah, you know, we'll see how it all goes. When is this thing gonna fucking start? I'm not gonna lie, getting sick of not.
Aaron the plug.
Oh, oh,
Aaron pulled
oh,
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was scared.
oh,
Why? Oh, he was scared?
Yeah, he was
oh.
scared to be defended.
There we are.
Aaron said he broke his left hand.
Oh shit! Speaking of fish tank shit, that's fucking what's his face? The apple bottom guy, the Jap dick guy. What's Charleston White? Charleston White. That's his name. That's his name. Yeah. Yeah. I remember. Wait a second. Is that fucking John? Oh no. That's Rampage Jackson, isn't it? That's Rampage Jackson. You know, like. I've thought about fighting on a brand risk card before, but I don't know if I have enough motion anymore. I would have barely had enough motion back in the day when it was season 2. You know, I'm losing weight. I'm down like almost 25 pounds. Yeah, like almost 25 pounds. Like I ballooned up crazy. But I'm losing the weight like decently quick now that I'm actually figuring out how to fucking do it, you know? Charleston White, my granddaddy fought with the Confederates. Holy shit.
Jewish people and black people. And he hates Indians. I just found out today. Yeah, good.
That new nigga can't whoop no old white boy.
He doesn't.
Do we got fucking...
That's a new nigga.
Yeah, I don't got.
Yeah. Charleston White's funny as shit. You gotta give that to him, you know. It wasn't cool that he was like sexually harassing fucking Taylor. That was not cool, but you know, fucking that was you gotta give it to him. He's pretty funny. But yeah, I wouldn't mind fighting on a brand risk card, but you know, I wanna continue trying to lose weight. I wanna see how down I can get. I'm curious if they do MMA or kickboxing. I'd do boxing. I'm a better boxer than anything, you know? I've always been better at boxing, and I've always liked kickboxing and MMA more, which is why I didn't just decide I'm going to go straight into boxing. You know, and I figured, fuck it, whatever, who cares, you know? I've gained weight too, but I can squat 405 for reps now. Yeah, I mean, sounds like you gained a good weight. Sounds like you gained good weight, M-Bags. Good for you, man. Good for you. Funny old creep. Yeah, that's Charleston White for sure. Charleston White's one of those dudes. He looks like he is like in his early 40s, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out that he is yo, that's funny as shit. Charles, it wouldn't surprise me to find Charleston's like 53, you know. Okay, so we got bout number 1 coming up. I'm curious who else is on this card as well. I'm wondering if they have anything good. I swear the basement guys told Charleston to flirt with Taylor. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. You know, wouldn't surprise me. You know, you can't take anything too serious. You can't take anything too serious when it comes to fish tank. You know, if you take something too serious, you lose. And that was something that frustrated me about, like, bitch tank specifically, when I started kind of spreading my wings. And, like, yeah, I probably took it a little too far with some of the aspects of the bathroom bit, but I would do the bathroom bit again, just dialed back in certain ways. Like, there was a point where, like, I whisper into her ear, I'm like, hey, like, let me know if I'm going too far. And she's like, that's okay, I will. And then I start, like, fucking caressing her back. That was like, nah, that was too far. I was a little in the bag there. She was a little in the bag. We were, you know, that was, we should have thought that one through a little bit more. But yeah, it was fun, and it was funny to do that. Like, I don't take that back, you know. Yo, the grape escape bit was 10 out of 10. I would do that a little bit differently. The way I would do it differently, I would have brought my gloves in. I would have said, throw the gloves on, girls, and you can just, like, you can unload on me. Feel free to just hit me. It's all good, you know? I think that would have been better. Oh, ooh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh boy! Hold on. I gotta mute this because it's got. Whoa! Hold on. Was that? Did you see that white dude with the beard on the left? He was when Bullen first walked in. Was that Adam 22? Was that Adam 22? Anyway, which one is the Miller fight? The Miller fight is going to be the main event. So there's probably I would guess there's probably like 4 to 6 fights on this card. I'm gonna see if I can track down a card. Oh geez, I can't even. Yes, sir. We got ourselves a fight, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, what's going on, Cavalog? Yo, Cavalog, I got an Irish dude fixing my car, and he's doing me a solid. And I think it's probably because I talked to him about Irish shit. I think he was like, oh, okay. Seems like an alright kid. Oh, excuse me, jeez. Alright, so we got this dude, No Neck J is who we got. And that is a very well-earned name. No neck, wide head. Look over here, though. You're going to see. Yeah, that's fucking Adam 22, and that's his hoe. Yo, this guy is, yo, how did this guy come out of the womb? How did this guy get out of the womb? Yeah, no problem, Dark Aura. This dude needs to keep training boxing just for the health. Damn, yeah, both of them do. Fucking both of them do, man. This is not good. These guys are not doing okay. These guys are not good. Whoa. Man, that's insane. Stuff like this lowers your IQ. Yeah, but it's fun. Oh, okay, all right. Bro, he can't even fit through the ring. He cannot fit through the ropes. Holy balls. Wow, how do you get this build? Hard work and dedication and calories, you know? Adam 22 shouldn't be allowed to show his face in public. Yes, definitely not. Oh, fucking, yo, Jay Boolin's in Connecticut. He could have fucking. Yeah, all right. I gotta. Look, neither of these guys are exactly my cup of tea. But if I had to root for one of them, I'd have to root for the New England boy. All right, I'd have to root for the New England boy. All right, so we're gonna go ahead. These guys look almost exactly the same. They look like palette swaps of each other, like in Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. That is hilarious. Did he work his traps out to that point, or does he just have like a thyroid issue? He's probably got a thyroid issue. This looks like a thyroid issue. I don't think this guy has ever worked out in his life. You know. All right, here we are. So we got some nice jabs, I suppose. Oh man, this is they're doing that thing dudes in the hood do where they do weird shit with their arms. Ooh, that was a nice fucking slipped into the jab. He should have ripped the body after that. Oh shit, he's moving in. Fridge versus freezer. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Uh-oh. Jay, you got to fucking hold it down for New England, bro. What are you doing? Oh man, this is insane. Just no power. Dudes this size throwing with zero power because there is no turn on anything. No turn, no weight transfer, just pure throwing fucking just yeah, that is bonkers, you know. Scotty Rocker roll call. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fall in, everybody. Immune to the uppercut. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. So these free food for a month. Oh boy. This is not a big ring at all, you know. This is a small ring. That looks like 2 steps to the center, you know. Uh-oh. Oh, that was a nice jab. That was a nice jab from our boy Boolin. It's a nice little plumber's crack from Boolin. Attack 100, damage 0, exactly. Oh, dude. Oh, that was a hook to the body there. Okay, all right, okay. What exactly am I looking at, LMAO? I saw some awful promo yesterday between what I assume is some in this Ross Promotions main event. I don't know who Ross or the people are. Gypsy Crusader and SupaHotFire. I'm sure you've seen SupaHotFire and Gypsy Crusader around, Zach, you know? It's hard not to see them. Yeah, everything was given to these guys. They like even the mouth guards. Like this dude's got a blue mouth guard, you know? And here they are right here, you know? This is Gypsy Crusader, Paul Miller. This is SupaHotFire. $30 seconds. These must be 3-minute rounds. Are these 3-minute rounds? I mean, if these are 3-minute rounds, that to me says they're pros, you know. And this is a good time to talk about a very misunderstood aspect of pro combat sports. Pro does not denote. Ooh, that's our boy. That's our boy with the overhand right. That's our boy with the overhand right there. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was saying, yo, this dude got a fucking gun on him. Yo, that's hilarious, bro. Hell yeah. That's funny as shit. Anyway, this is a good time. This is a good time to discuss the reality of pro combat sports. Being a pro in combat sports does not denote skill level. It does not even denote experience. You could go straight into pro combat sports without an amateur career, and that's what people used to do. There was no such thing as amateur. You know, you could just do that back then, and because of that, when people hear I'm a pro fighter or I'm a pro boxer or I'm a professional, they think, this guy must be really good. Most people who are pros in anything, mixed martial arts, boxing, they're not good. They're not actually that good, if we're being honest here. So just keep that in mind. If someone tries to be like, yeah, I know a guy, he's a pro, it's like, I know plenty of guys that are pros and they ain't doing anything, you know? Oh, this is Paul Miller, the Joker guy. I definitely don't know who the anime guy though. SupaHotFire, SupaHotFire, fire. Ooh, okay, all right. Gotta throw, Jay. Gotta throw. Ooh, oh, that was a nice duck under. Oh no, Jay, you can't show him you're tired. Lucky for you, No Neck is just as tired. It looks like, but you're showing him more, and because of that, No Neck's gonna be No Neck's gonna get. Ooh, that was a nice shot. Ooh, uh oh. Troll Ross's chat. I wouldn't even know what to say. You know, he's got over 150,000 people watching him right now. I wouldn't even know what to say. I wonder how many of those are bots. You know, I'm straight up about to start botting my kick streams just for the fuck of it. Just because it's gonna be hilarious to see me on Kick with like 200 concurrent viewers. Just fuck around. By the way, I do Kick exclusive streams now. The reason I do them is because you can do stuff on Kick that you can't do on YouTube, like listen to music, and other things like that. So because of that, I do a little bit more. Feel free to follow me, on Kick. It is Scott Sullivan MMA. All right. In fact, I'll put that down there. The timer's busted. Yeah, yeah. Where's the timer in this? Hold on. There we go. If I fought at a brand risk and Rampage was there, I'd probably call him out after. I'd beat the hell out of either of these guys, and then I'd be like, yeah, now time for an easier work. Now time for lighter work. Rampage. Except I'd have to be a little I'd have to. Oh yeah, shit. I almost forgot about that. Thank you very much, Teddy Hitchcock. I forgot to pin the donate link as well, But yeah, thank you very much, Teddy Hitchcock, for following me on Kick. Thank you for that. Is a Gypsy fight after this fight? No, this is the first fight. Yo, what's going on, Teddy Hitchcock? How you doing? I have arrived. Sully time. Yes, sir. Good to see you, Joe Rogers. What y'all hanging out? Yeah, I was gonna say the referee's got it. Yo, why does a referee have the same build? Gotta go. All right, so real quick, I am going to. At the end of the day, There we go. There we go. All right, so I gotta be honest with you. I don't know who's winning this one. I barely even watched that second round. Like, it's just kind of insane how like these guys are just it's insane how these guys are throwing at each other right now. I'm not modded on Kick, so I can't post the link there. Oh yeah, I don't know if I know how to mod people on Kick yet. I can mod you on Kick though. Next time or soon, Zach. I'll see if I can do that real quick because we have a little bit of downtime. But yeah, I would assume it's kind of neck and neck right now. No pun intended, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't wanna go through life not knowing what is the truth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not quite sure how to do that right this second. Oh, they're calling it. Oh, they're calling it off. Ah, man, they're calling it off. Jay didn't answer. Jay didn't answer the bell. Oh man, that sucks. I was rooting for him. I was rooting for the Connecticut boy. Anyway, Zach will never be high Ecuador, but goddamn, does he do a good job? Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I appreciate Zach for sure. You know, I appreciate you being here, Zach. So you're Mr. Prosy on YouTube. All right, cool. Good to know, Mr. Hitchcock. Good to know, sir. Nice shirt, not something you usually wear. Athletic clothes, your most iconic look. I mean, I wear this to the gym anyway. This is practically an athletic shirt anyway, you know. All I do is go to work, go to the gym, and come home. So I don't have like nice clothes because, like, you know, who do I have to dress up for, you know? Plus, like, I'm not that worried about trying to like look nice in the first place, you know. Like, I do the opposite of looks max, you know. Thank you though. Thank you, Golden Rodent. I appreciate that. Neck victory. Hell yeah. Two different skill sets between you, Zach. Both equally formidable. I'm gonna show you guys, if not this stream, next stream, but I got a bunch of foreign coins, and I found this one today. This an Australian penny. All right. Hold on.
No shit, nigga. How you feel about this win, bro?
Well, you know what I'm saying? Bobby eating good. Little baked chicken, little something good, you feel me? I still got the energy to go third round. I'm ready.
Nah, you ain't got
the
the energy, bro. You ain't got the energy.
2,000 free DoorDash credit, so you in the house. Congratulations, y'all. Give it up
Sick,
for
but
No
yeah,
Neck Jay.
there's a kangaroo on the back. I don't know how well you can see. It's kind of fucked up on the back, but this is an Australian penny from the year of our Lord. I actually don't know. What year. Oh no, 1950. This is a 1950 Australian penny. And I didn't get this from the coin collection that I bought recently. I got this in a roll of Kennedy half dollars. I got a couple rolls of Kennedy half dollars. I found this in there. So, and I got this from a bank too. Like, what the hell were they doing? Love coin stamps, notes, etc. Yeah, I got so much shit. I got so much shit to show you guys. Hold on. I'll be right back. Don't you worry. I'm also a little cold. I want to throw on a
position to, you know, see what they can do, but they didn't really do anything. Dude, chat, do you guys want to see them back on brand race?
I do.
You do?
Yes. I want to fight on here, bro. Fuck.
Okay, so who do you really want to fight?
Bro, I told you, you have the money. Everything's
I do.
ready. There's no.
You want to fight Asian Boy Ray?
I don't get what the problem is. I didn't get called.
Why
out.
does
He
Ray
called
not
me
want to
out.
fight you?
Because he doesn't want to lose.
I do think right now, if you guys fought tomorrow, you'd beat his ass.
I promise you I would.
Now, if Ray trains hard and you train hard, it'd be a different fight. But I still got you winning.
Why don't we fake beef and just fight?
You and I?
Yes.
I don't fight. I make
kidding.
fights.
That's true. Commissioner.
Rampage, who would you ever want to fight?
I got-
Fight on brand risk.
I would fight Shannon Briggs.
These
I wanna
slabs.
fight him. He egoed me like this motherfucker.
No way.
You, bro, don't do that.
I got these
My whole chat saw it, bro.
Wait, let's go to Ben over
and
there, because I want
these,
to ask
and
him
that's
what
just some of the shit that I got,
about.
all for $100. I got so much shit, and there's so much cool shit in here. I can't wait to show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys either a little bit later in the stream. I'll crack open some of them and I'll show you what I got. And if not, then I'll do it like tomorrow or on Wednesday or something like that. But I got a lot of cool shit, you know. I got bills too, and I got a lot of cool bills.
I feel like I got him ready for tonight. What was this I heard about?
He's down here. All right. I'm actually bidding on eBay right now. I just had an alarm go off to remind me that I need to check in to see if I'm gonna win an auction.
I don't know.
You know?
I feel like he had somebody like, man, look, say no,
Uh,
no matter what. I'm gonna act like I want to fight him,
man.
just say no. And they, Chris, whoever Chris was, tell him to say no. Nigga had a scapegoat. All right, bro. I just had to come ask you that, man. Back to the chat, man. You know that.
Listen, let's get to bout number 2. I want to already get this shit started.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
You're not taking little Indian
eBay.
shit. No, you're not doing that. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Bout number 2, we got Boxer Sal, who's representing Larry Will's community versus Dean the Great's community. I don't know where the fuck they're at as far as
Yeah, as of right now, I'm still winning, dude. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. This happened to me yesterday. So, I'm trying to collect coins, right? Just in general, right? Hold on. Sorry. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's because my kick dashboard was on, so it was repeating everything that I said back to me. So I apologize for that. I apologize if everything was a little bit weird for a second. But I was bidding on a roll of dimes, right? And it was 1964 dimes. A lot of people don't realize it. Dimes and quarters and half dollars from 1964 and before were made with 90% silver. So 90% of the material was silver. The other 10% was another kind of metal, right? So they actually have a melt value. And they're more than what the coin is at the face value, right? So even if it was like a shitty coin that was not worth anything because like it's a collector's item, you could melt it down for money, right? I had a roll that was going for $100, right? And the melt value of 1 ounce of silver right now is $80 something. If you did the math, those 50 quarters would have been well over $300 in melt value. And I was the only bidder until 2 hours before the end of the auction, right? So 2 hours before the end of the auction, somebody bids again. Somebody bids on top of me. They obviously bid more than I bid. And I think, oh, okay, that's fine. I'm sure they did the sensible thing and tried to keep their price as low as possible, right? So I bid $100 on this thing that's worth over $300. I'm sure he probably did like 110, maybe 120, no more than like 150, right? Like, what's this guy, crazy? What's he, dumb? No, this dude must have did like close to 300. He must have did close to the melt value. He could have got those things so fucking cheap. He would have had to fight me for them. It would have been a bidding war into the like last seconds, but either one of us could have got that shit for so cheap. And instead, he decides he's gonna way inflate the price. I don't know who the fuck this guy was, but I was like, holy shit, bro, what is this guy's problem? All right, so we got this dude right here. Apparently, Angel Solis, and he's got his girlfriend as the cut man, I guess. We got Dean the Great behind him. Yeah, we're gonna see about that. But yeah, I was like, holy fuck, man. I was like, man, that's insane. You know, what the hell is going on here? That like, I was like, fuck, damn it, you know? I like that would have been, I did the math. I would have gotten about 3, actually more than 3. I would have got more than 3 ounces of silver for $33. That is so ridiculously under spot. It would have been like I was stealing the fucking silver from the guy that was selling it, you know? And I was just like, holy balls, dude. That is bonkers. But yeah, I have 8 minutes and 30 seconds on this eBay thing right now, and there's some pretty cool shit in there. So I apologize if I'm kind of just sitting here like, you know. All right, so we got Boxer Sal. I would hope that's not just a name. You know, and the way he's moving right now, he kind of looks like he might know what he's doing. He's got some those gloves look kind of big on the dude. I got to be honest. Like I don't know. I don't watch a lot of like really lightweight boxers or anything like that. These dudes are probably I would guess in the 125-pound range, no more than 135, and I would be surprised if they were in the 135 range. So it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me if these guys were like very close to 100 pounds, is what I'm saying. And I'm wondering how big those gloves are. I'm wondering if they're wearing 16s. I don't think they're 16s, but they just look big on the dude, you know? Like, you see what I'm talking about? Those things are as big as his head. It's kind of weird. This is the guy fighting Gypsy. That'd be hilarious if this was the guy fighting Gypsy, but no. This is this is the undercard is what this is. Excuse me. So he didn't have to cancel, get dinged, pay eBay 10%, and that's exactly what I thought. It was probably an alt account preventing him from selling them too cheaply, and that is exactly what I thought. I figured maybe it was a shill bet so that this guy could really, cameraman. Yeah, right. Like, you didn't tell him to do that. Like you didn't tell him to do that, Aiden. Yeah, right. Anyway, but yeah, what was I saying? Fuck Larry. Anyway, fuck. Oh yeah. Like, I think that's probably what happened. That would not surprise me if that's what happened, and I'm gonna keep an eye out for that shit. You know. All right. So right out the gate, I like Boxer Sal's jab. He's got a nice jab. I'm curious to see what Angel Solis has got going on. You know, he looks dexterous, but you know, we'll see as time goes on. Nice leaping hook from Boxer Sal. Looked like another one. I was looking down for a second from Angel Solis. 120, not even 125. Wow, that is bonkers. I wonder how old these guys are, too. They can't be any more than, like, 21, 22. Got a jab to the body from Angel. No, I think that was Boxer Sal, actually. That was a nice jab. Oh, that was nice. Set it up with a few jabs and then bang, right over the top. That was nice. That was nice. Very well timed. He waited to see the hand drop. He waited to see the hand drop, and when that dropped, bang, he went over the top of it. You know, that was good. That was really good. Oh, now he's trying to finish it. He's trying to finish it. Grab him. Hold on. I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead, right? Saying grab him. Saying grab him. Holy fuck. I mean, that's not a bad idea in that case. Clinching, you know, clinching strategically like that is a good idea, you know.
Bro, he's not even getting touched.
How did you get this guy, bro?
I've been blessed.
See, Angel's got to keep his hands up. He's got to make sure, like, anything he's doing, he's gonna have his hands up, and I mean up. He's got to make sure that he is gonna not take the brunt of whatever Boxer Sal is throwing, you know. Boxer Sal, obviously, ooh, that was a nice cross up the middle. Boxer Sal wants to stay on the outside. He wants to stay at the end of his punches. Angel needs to utilize head movement. He needs to utilize head movement. He needs to work his way in, you know. He needs to cut the ring off. He can't be getting pushed back like that. If he gets pushed back like that, he's going to end up against the ropes, which is the last place he needs to be. Ooh. Looked kind of glancing on that right hook, but, you know, it's still, you know. We'll see that. Yeah, you see, Angel's not doing anything. He's just kind of standing there, you know. Oh, see, he started. You see, he started. Ooh, you see, there it is. He started moving in, right? He started walking in. Boxer let him walk in unchallenged, and because of that, he was able to get, you know, he was able to have a nice moment where he landed something for once, you know. He's got to continue that. I don't think, ooh, that was a nice shot. Another nice shot. Yeah. Angel, I don't think there's a big skill difference between these guys, you know. I think, but then again, maybe there is a bit of a skill gap between these guys, but I don't think it's so huge that Angel could not put up a better fight than he is right now. And what he needs to do is he needs to get active. He needs to work his way in with the jab. He needs to utilize head movement. He needs to make Boxer Sal miss. He needs to make him miss and then punish him for missing, right? And obviously everything I'm saying is easier said than done. Obviously, of course, duh, right? But if he's going to make this work, that's how he's going to do it. And he's actually got a bit of an advantage with the ring if he can make it work, because the ring is smaller. Boxer Sal is going to start moving back if, what's-his-face, Angel is able to move forward. If Angel can move forward and pressure, Boxer Sal is going to start moving back, and he's going to hit the ropes. And when the tall guy is on the ropes, that's a really bad thing for him. Ooh, that was a nice hook on the way in there. Yeah. You know, it's never any fun being the big. It's never any fun being the smaller fighter. You just got to accept that you're gonna get hit on the way in. You're gonna get hit in general. You know, he's doing a good job trying to keep his hands up. But ooh, that was a nice shot. None of those really landed. But an issue that a lot of people in the modern boxing have is they don't utilize head movement as much anymore. I'm not saying it doesn't get used at all, but what you see from a lot of modern boxing schools, and I don't mean schools like, you know, individual like gyms, I mean like culturally, a lot of places don't utilize head movement that much anymore. And the head movement they do use is not exactly... It's not that good for what this situation, for what this guy is in the middle of right here, Angel, you know? And because of that, he's just kind of standing there taking shots, and he's not able to move in. The head movement that I utilize against Sam, if you watch some of the stuff where I'm sparring with Sam Hyde, for any of you that don't know me, but you know Sam Hyde, I was one of Sam's boxing coaches, and I also helped out with a bunch of other guys too. But what was I gonna say? These guys are distracting me. They're distracting me. Looks like there might have been a KO that I missed. I don't know. I would assume there was a KO because that dude's sitting down on the stool and this dude. But the head movement that I utilized when I was sparring with Sam Hyde, when I was getting ready for his boxing matches, but you guys didn't really see video of that. You more so saw video of like me sparring with him on Fish Tank. There was one time in season 1 we sparred. It's actually on my channel. The head movement that I utilized against him is exactly what this guy needed right there. You know, that's exactly what he needed. And you know, it's I mean, hey, you know, it's unfortunate that he did not get that, but a lot of guys don't get what they need from modern boxing programs because everybody assumes they know the best way to do it, and they're unwilling to change. They're unwilling to be like, okay, so this guy fights a certain way that is kind of kryptonite to the way that we fight. So we have to drill this kind of movement. We have to drill this kind of behavior, you know? You don't see a lot of that anymore, you know? And I won. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Today was a good day. Today was a fucking good day. It was a good day. Hell yeah. But yeah. All right, anyway,
Him and Oblivion would be a good ass fight. All right, you said
who the hell is this dude?
Make sure you
I
read the
feel
whole thing.
good, man. I came in here on a
Chad, you guys wanna see
8-day
my brand
notice,
versus
and
again?
I hadn't been training. I'm a
Oh.
brand new father, and
Oh,
man, I was
8 days
super
notice?
with everybody and put on a show. I
Yeah.
couldn't get the job done.
Joe, you just said something.
Boxing.
Yeah, you know. Eight days notice. He didn't have time to prepare, you know? Hit the like button, you filthy animals. Yes, I would appreciate that. If anybody here has not already liked it, I would appreciate if you would like the stream, excuse me. Blue hasn't really been throwing anything exactly, and that was his problem. Gypsy second to last. This was the second fight so far. Really, it's second to last? I thought Gypsy was the main event. Brendan Schaub's career has been on the decline for a while. Hopefully we can get him on one of these cards. That'd be pretty sick. That'd be pretty fun because Brendan Schaub is not bad at mixed martial arts. A lot of people point to that talk that Joe Rogan did with Brendan Schaub, and they're like, dude, he fucking sucks. No, Brendan Schaub is actually pretty good. Brendan Schaub was not a bad fighter. It's just that he did not have what it takes to hang with the upper echelon of the heavyweight division back then. Today's heavyweight division, I'll be honest with you, if Brendan Schaub, right? I'm not saying if he came back, but if the Brendan Schaub of 2011, 2012 was fighting in today's heavyweight division, I think he'd do okay. I think he'd do all right, if I'm being honest with you. But back then, when you had dudes who, even some of the dudes that he beat, like Crow Cop, like everybody kind of really agrees, like the Crow Cop thing was a fluke, you know? He had a puncher's chance, and it worked out for him. So good for him, you know? But like, when it came to everybody else, it's like, he just didn't have what it takes. But there were still a lot of guys in the UFC that he could have beat. He easily could have been a journeyman in the UFC, somebody who everybody kind of knows he'll never get the belt. Maybe he'll fight for the belt one day, but chances are he's not going to win it, right? But like he's a good test for dudes, right? And I hate talking about guys and fighting like that. I can't stand talking about fighting like that, but it's just the reality that that's kind of the way that the game works. That's what I think Cyril Gane is, if I'm being honest with you, you know? I don't think Cyril Gane will ever, like, genuinely have a belt, you know? But, you know, that's another conversation. There were a lot of guys that Brendan Schaub could have beat back then, you know? So, like, having Brendan on this card fighting that no-neck guy, that would be the funniest shit. That would be the funniest shit you've ever seen. Nah, for real, I'm ready to see this fight with Gypsy. Yeah, me too. Honestly, I want to see if I can figure out the card. I want to see if I can figure everything out. Oh, it looks like Brendan Buckingham got out of surgery, you know. Sick. Good to see he's out of surgery. Hope he's doing well. Brand risk. Promotions. Oh boy, we actually have quite a few fights on this card. Oh shit. Shit. Oh yeah. And you're right. They're the co-main. The co-main event is SupaHotFire versus Gypsy Crusader. The main event is Blueface versus Chibu, and I take it this is a blood versus Crip type of deal, because Blueface is a Crip and Chibu has red, which, yeah, shit's gay. But anyway, yeah, so let's see who we got here though. We got Deshaun Prother versus Andrew Garcia. We got General Zach versus King Keem. We got Ruga Booga? Is that Ruga Booga? Ruga versus K-Mac the Great. Antonio Williams versus Carlos Portillo. None of these guys are people that I recognize. Gabe Silva versus Jose Florentino. AP the Fighter versus Minicon. I recognize Minicon, but I could give two shits about him. Christina Santana versus Janaya Berry. Okay. And then we have SupaHotFire versus Gypsy Crusader. Not gonna lie, not looking forward to all of them. I hope we get some quick knockouts like we have had thus far. Because there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There is no reason to have 11 fights on a boxing card. There is zero reason for that. You do not need it. You should have between 5 and 7 on the large side. And I know there's a piece of this that's like, okay, Aiden's just trying to, you know, he's just trying to maximize the amount of viewership and the amount of watch time and stuff like that he has. But like, truthfully, I've never been to an MMA promotion My dog smells sometimes, and I thought I smelled him, and I was like, where the fuck is he? Is he here? Is he here? Is he right here? Where is my dog? He's probably asleep. I got an old dog. He's an old man. You know, he's got to wear diapers. If I can get him, I'll show him to you guys. We have to put him in diapers now because he out of nowhere he's just an old man. This is just what he is. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like I've never been to an MMA promotion or a boxing show where after 5 fights I've been like, I can't wait to see more. You know, usually after 4 or 5 fights, I'm like, nah, we don't need this much. We don't need this much, you know? Specifically on the main card. I'm talking about the main card, right? We don't need that. We just don't need that much. We just don't need that much, you know? Nope, you just farted, dude, probably. Those things just slide right out of there, you know? Like the wind. So we have Andrew Garcia. Andrew Left Hook Garcia is his name. Someone just submitted someone with a guillotine in a UFC fight. How often do you see that? It feels like it doesn't work that often. I mean, a guillotine is one of the more high percentage submissions that you could utilize in MMA. I feel like you don't see it as much in jiu-jitsu anymore, and that's because a lot of dudes are pulling guard. They're finding ways to avoid situations where they have to level change. You don't see many submissions in jiu-jitsu anymore as is. When you do, you usually are going to see rear naked chokes because that's a very secure position that people will establish, talking about the back take. And they will slip that choke in. You don't see many arm bars anymore. You don't see many triangles anymore. You don't see a ton of guillotines, but I would guess you probably have more guillotines than anything other than the rear naked choke. And I'm curious. No, I don't need to click away from this. I'll look it up on my phone. I wanna see what happens when I look up submissions in MMA by percentage. There's something about this dude. He has a look about him where he's either pretty well trained or he's not trained at all, and we're gonna figure out about that one. Yes. So the most common submission, particularly in the UFC, is the rear naked choke, which accounts for approximately 32.7% of all submission finishes, according to a comprehensive analysis of 293 pay-per-view events from 93 to 2023. Guillotine choke is the second most common, you know, and I just guessed, you know. Armbar, top joint lock submission, especially effective in lighter weight divisions, and you just don't see those as much, you know. Triangle choke, you know, you just don't see them as much, you know. The grappling, it's weird. The striking in MMA has become a lot more cerebral. It's become a lot more particular, and people are doing things certain ways for certain reasons. And because of that, even though it's boring and it's all the same, it's cookie cutter in a certain sense, and I don't really love the fuck out of it, it's at least kind of gotten more robust. Back in the day, you could get by with just a good overhand right. That's what Dan Henderson did. That's it. Dan Henderson had Olympic level wrestling and an overhand right that he would fucking kill guys with. He would take lives with his overhand right. And he beat some of the best in the world at the time and ever. He beat Fedor, right? Not with an overhand right, but with a right hand, with a right uppercut, which mechanically is very similar to an overhand right, you know. And it was a ground and pound too, to be fair. It was ground and pound. But bottom line, you used to be able to get by with that. You don't get by with that nearly as much anymore. Maybe in the heavyweight division, but you don't see dudes in light heavyweight, in middleweight, in 170. You don't see that as much anymore, you know. You see a certain type of striking, is what I'm saying. When it comes to something like, say, grappling, right? When it comes to sorry, I'm thinking about dinner. My mom. My wife's supposed to be bringing me home some dinner. She went out with her boyfriend, and you know, she's gonna bring me some of the leftovers. Is what's happening. No, but jokes aside, I'm starving, so I'm like food, food, food. Anyway, the grappling has been dumbed down, believe it or not, you know? So this dude right here, in red, Deshaun, he is, like I said, he's either decently well trained. Ooh, okay. I was saying he's either decently well trained or he's not trained at all. Turns out he is decently well trained. There was just something about him walking out, the way he looked. I was like, I don't know. He might know everything or he might know nothing, and we're gonna figure that out. Andrew Garcia, also pretty decently trained from what I can tell just from this first few seconds. They're both kind of working from that, front hand down, like proto Philly shell sort of thing. I take it they're probably pretty dexterous with their left hands, which is an oxymoron. Dexterous comes from dexter, which is the Latin word for right hand. But anyway, we're gonna see how this goes. I'm curious. So there's a jab from Deshaun. Deshaun being walked against the ropes right now. That's whoa, these guys swinging for the fences, especially Andrew Garcia here. But Deshaun is waiting. He's trying to time Andrew coming in, right? And that's why he's getting walked up against the ropes. He just needs to be careful of that, right? He's good with that left hook, that check hook. I like that, and I'm a pretty big fan of that myself. I use that a lot myself when I'm boxing. But he's just got to be careful because he gets caught, and that was a really good move right there. He jabbed off of the ropes, and then he utilized a frame and he stepped to an angle. That was very good. These guys are both pretty good, you know. You can see Andrew Garcia is trying to load up on that one shot that's going to end this very early, and I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. He's just got to be careful because Deshaun is pretty nimble. He's pretty quick, and because of that, he's got to make sure he doesn't get caught coming in. And he also has to make sure he doesn't get outpointed, because right now, Deshaun is outworking him. This is Deshaun's round right now with a little bit under a minute in the round to go, you know? And if Andrew's going to beat this, if Andrew's going to win, it's going to be either A, he lands that knockout, or B, he does just enough to not get outworked, to not get outpointed, you know? Don't let Aiden near your shekels or he'll clip the edges. Oh boy. I could only imagine. That was something I was thinking about earlier today, is on this coin there's no ridges on the edge. So if somebody wanted to, this is like a copper and like nickel penny, I guess. Like someone could scrape it down, you know? How tall is Gypsy and Supa? I have no clue. Beats me. But Gypsy Crusader is most certainly the taller man, you know, like by like half a foot, you know. Volume is fine. Other people that want it up are deaf. Yeah, it's, everybody's ears are a little bit different. So that was the first round, and I got to be honest with you, I didn't pay close attention to that last minute, but I'm gonna assume that Andrew Garcia did not do enough to make this his round. Deshaun, whatever his last name was, I think it was like Pratha or something like that. He's doing a good job of not allowing Andrew to set and land anything. He's either throwing to make sure that that's what I'm talking about. You can see he's making Andrew miss, and he's making him pay for forward movement. And that's exactly what he needs to be doing, you know? Andrew, on the other hand, what I want to see from him is just a fucking jab. That's all I need, is just a jab. That's it, you know? Is there something going on in the audience there? I'm curious about that. But is Miller up next on the card? I fucking wish. We got more than a few. So I'm hoping that is a quick knockout, you know. But all Andrew needs is his jab. He just needs to establish his jab. If he could do that, he could. You see, there's a jab right there. That was good, you know. And you see there, Andrew landed. It was a body shot, but he landed that. And the reason why is because he threw that jab first. He threw the jab, and Deshaun, he ended up reacting, and Andrew was able to use that reaction, you know? When he just starts swinging for the fences, telegraphing huge shots, that's when Deshaun is able to use a little bit of slick boxing to his advantage, you know? Could Andrew beat Prime Armada? Do you mean Prime Amanda? I believe in girl power. Oh, bopped him in the back of the head. So yeah, not only does he need the jab, he's utilizing the jab, but one thing Deshaun is doing good is he's using volume to stifle Andrew. So even though Andrew's trying to establish that jab, you saw a second ago, Andrew threw a jab, Deshaun threw 3 jabs back. And because of that, Andrew was not able to work in. You know, Andrew needs to work in. He can't be throwing bombs from the outside. He needs to put his head into Deshaun's chest and start working that body to try to lower the hands. And then eventually, say, you know, this is a 5-round fight, I guess. In round 4, maybe, instead of working the body, he starts going like he's going to work the body, and then bang, he works his way up to the head. You know, that was some good work from Andrew. And that's what I'm talking about, is he needs to put Deshaun in a place where he is too overwhelmed to counter. You know, it's very clear Deshaun wants to be the counter striker here. And when he does move in, it's usually so that he can get back to the center of the ring like he just did there. You know, Deshaun's doing a good job and Andrew's not doing a bad job. It's just that Deshaun is doing a better job. And Andrew, he needs to be a little bit, whoa, what the fuck was that? He needs to be a little bit more. He needs to do a little bit more, right? And when I say more, I don't mean like increase output, although that would be nice. What I mean is he needs to be. What was I gonna say? That was a nice double jab, right? He touched Deshaun a little bit. He might have got touched too, but then again, he might have also not gotten touched. He might have parried those. Diversity. He needs to diversify what he's doing right now, you know? He needs to start throwing jabs just in general, you know? Wait, he's an MMA coach? Who is? Who's an MMA coach? Are you talking about Andrew Garcia? Yeah, I've had this on mute for a minute. I think Supa will surprise us. I mean, hey, if he does, good for him. I got nothing against SupaHotFire. You know, like I said, I really enjoyed his rap battles thing. That was really fun. You know. Fight starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. If you live and East Coast, 6 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I've always been jealous of people on the West Coast because they get to watch UFC cards and then they get to enjoy the rest of their night. If I want to watch a UFC card as a guy from Massachusetts, I gotta fucking sit here at like 9 p.m. now, which that's still an hour earlier than we were doing, and I like after that it's bedtime, you know. But anyway.
That was a nice left jab. Good body shot.
You see, again, like when Andrew's using that jab, when Andrew's using his jab, he's in good shape. He's able to move in. He's able to make Deshaun a little bit nervous about what's going on, you know. But he's got to use that jab more, you know. Ooh, that was almost a good one. Yo, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Axtonator11. Thank you very much for the $1.99. Where are you watching this live stream? It's on kick.com. It's literally this is the thing right here, you know. I'm here watching this on my stream because I'm a mixed martial arts and boxing coach. I have well over a decade of experience, getting close to 2 decades of experience at this point. You know, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, not that that's very relevant here, you know. And if you want expert opinion on some of the things that are going on and, you know, what certain people need to do and need not to do, that's why I'm here, you know. So if that's your cup of tea, feel free to subscribe. I'd appreciate it if you would leave a like as well. You could also follow me on kick.com/ScottSullivanMMA. I am, you know, because I do Kick exclusive streams. And, yeah, so thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Hey, that's racial. What's racial? We're having a rave party in the bunker. Hell yeah. Why didn't I get the invite? My brother's a Marine and he's getting deployed. Ah, man, good luck to him, man. You know, hope everything's all right with him. You know, I don't see the situation with Iran heating up. I'm not saying like it's definitely not going to happen, but I do think we will see a conclusion to it sometime in the next month or two. So I'm hoping that deployment will not be anything too serious. You know, I'm hoping he ends up in Japan, you know, or Germany or something like that. You know, but yeah. So there's a jab from Deshaun, and you can see Deshaun is starting to get a little nervous here. I don't know if punching the hips.
Back of the head, take a point, take a point.
Oh, hell no, DDG. Oh,
Yeah, throw that right.
So Deshaun looks like he's starting to get a little bit tired, and I think that's probably he's not doing anything wrong there. You know, like that's gonna happen sometimes, ref. You know. Anyway. You see, women don't make good boxing refs or MMA refs because they're hen peckers, you know. They hen peck. Like there's nothing wrong with what this dude did. He's trying not to get hit, you know. He moved forward and he used framing to try and get off of the ropes, and the other dude was tying him up, you know. But anyway, what's it called? Yeah, it seems as though we're seeing a bit of a change in Deshaun. I'm not saying he's doing a bad job. What I'm saying is that was round 3, and you could see he was looking a little bit anxious. He was looking a little bit desperate there. Excuse me. And the thing about Deshaun is, is he throwing? Did he just throw up? Did Deshaun just throw up? Dudes don't usually spit in the bucket anymore. People usually don't do the spitting in the bucket thing anymore. That's not something you see in modern boxing a lot. So I'm wondering what that bucket was there for. I'm wondering. Anyway, but yeah, so when it comes to and this is what I'm talking about. You're seeing Deshaun, he's not that was nice. You're seeing Deshaun. He's not as active. I think the activity from the first 3 rounds it's kind of you know. Yeah, you know, he's tired. He's tired. That's why he didn't let go. He's trying his best to he's trying his best to he's trying his best to Sorry, I'm doing like 3 things right now. He's trying his best to burn the clock out. That's why even though the ref said break and put hands on them, he kind of held that for a little bit longer, you know? Deshaun can still win this, and he is winning right now. He is winning right now, but the question is he going to be able to survive the onslaught? Because it does look like Andrew has a better gas tank than him right now. He's doing a good job of just doing enough as to where Andrew can't utilize the ropes, right? He's doing just enough, and it seemed, right there, he's starting to look a little more crisp. It's discipline, you know. It's discipline and training that's working for Deshaun right now, is what you're seeing, you know. He's tired, but he knows when to throw and how to throw to make it so that Andrew can't really mount a good offense, you know. We saw a couple of good moments from Andrew, and we're going to continue to see some good moments from Andrew as he continues to land more. But right now, Deshaun is doing a good job of letting his fundamentals and his discipline work for him, you know. Because it takes both fundamentals and it takes disciplined fundamentals to keep your hands up even when you're tired, and to know, okay, he just hit me on this side. If I throw a short cross, I'm going to hit him, and that's going to disrupt what he's doing so that I don't just have to sit here forever taking punches until Andrew backs off. He's making Andrew back off of him. This is actually a pretty good display of the type of boxing that somebody like Deshaun needs to utilize when he's fighting a brawler, you know? Andrew's a brawler. He's not the most intelligent brawler. We're not talking about Marvin Hagler here. It is a good fight. The announcers, Aiden and somebody else, said this is a good fight. I agree. This is a pretty good fight. This is a pretty good fight. But like Deshaun's just doing a good job. He's fighting the kind of fight he needs to, you know? Andrew, he's a brawler. If he had 5 more fight IQ points, he would be a lot more effective than he is now. But he's not He's not, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely 3-1 minimum. It's definitely 3-1 minimum.
Well, no, there's a lot of 3-1s.
Rampage, you would know best.
Yeah, Rampage, give your honest, non-biased opinion. How do you score this fight so far going into the 5th round?
Going to the 5th round,
Yes.
I would give the first round to Andrew and the rest to Deshaun.
So you think it's 3-1?
I think it's 3-1.
This round is
It's 5:30 for me, gang. 9ish, don't help me. Yeah. Sorry, bro. Fucking, it's not gonna be on for a little while. I have the card. This is fight number 3 of 11. So sorry, man. It ain't gonna be on for a little while. You know. Guys, what do y'all say is the Gypsy fight? 50-50? I'd say no less than 80-20 Gypsy King.
For real.
The Gypsy King fight is no less than 80-20. So, Andrew needs a knockout. Not a good round. He needs a knockout. If he does not find a way to knock him out, then this fight is not his. You know, right now it is definitely going to be Deshaun Prather's fight, and you know, we'll see. You know, I'm gonna come back in 1 hour when Gypsy fights. See you then, Batman Wayne 06. Thank you very much for tuning in. Appreciate that.
That's what I think. Really?
How's the fight not live on Kick right now, but this guy's streaming it? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Zach Webster?
Come on.
I'm watching it on Kick right now. This is the website. It's Kick.
At least 2-3, Deshaun. Well,
Oh, nice body shots there. You see what Andrew needs to do, and he's trying to do this. He's trying to lower the hands, and you see that. He threw to the body to lower the hands, and then he went over top. The issue is they were in too close, and he couldn't get enough power. He couldn't get enough torque to actually land something that would have knocked Deshaun on his ass, you know? And again, like, it really, like I like what I'm seeing from Deshaun right now, you know? He's fighting every way that he needs to fight. You got some dudes, they can fight one way. This dude, he fights one way, don't get me wrong, but he fights...
I wonder what it feels like to get hit.
He's not just a slick boxer. He knows how to utilize tactical... He knows how to utilize clinching. He knows how to utilize counterattacking on the inside. He knows when and where and how to do things, and that's really good for him. That's like such a good thing for him. Like you don't see a lot of guys like that out there. You know, you see dudes who can fight one way and that's it. And looked like might have been a headbutt. There might have been a headbutt in there. I don't know. He just pointed at me. Oh, man. He thinks he's up. Yeah, he's going to coast. He's going to coast. Let's go, Gypsy Crusader. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I want Gypsy Crusader to win for the same reason that I wanted Sean Strickland to win. Gypsy Crusader is not my guy. Sean Strickland is not my guy. But as somebody who has right-wing political views, both socially as well as mostly fiscally, I don't want to have to listen to people go, "Ha, your guy lost." I didn't want to have to listen to people go, "Aha, how's it feel, fucking chud? Sean Strickland, your guy lost." And it's like, Sean's not my guy, but they're not going to listen to that. They're not going to care about that, you know? They don't, like, we're all the same to them. So even though, like I said, Gypsy Crusader is not my guy, and neither is Sean Strickland, I don't want to have to hear the most annoying people that I know be, like, glib. I don't want to have to listen to smugness from Redditors, like, heh, that's right. Master Race. You know, it's like, holy fuck. You should be the commentator in these fights, dude. That'd be a dream to be able to do this. Just hanging out with Aiden, Ross, and Neon, and just being autistic about fighting. You know, because you think Rampage Jackson doesn't know as much as I do about fighting, but no, he's sitting there like, oh shit, he's doing the Rampage thing because he knows he could be like, oh, that's some good counter striking from Deshaun. Oh, you know what Andrew needs to do? He needs to do more of this. He could do that, but he knows like that's not the vibe. So it'd be mad fun to sit down right next to them and they're like, ha, dude, you're fucking Indian, and I'm just like Neon and Aiden Ross like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Dude, you're Jewish. And I'm just like, oh, you see what happened there, dude? That double jab set up that cross to the body, which lowered the hands. And then you saw the hook come up top, and that's what put him down. That was fucking crazy, dude. Hell yeah. That would be fun. That would be fun, you know? Can't dispute IQ tests. Yeah, yep. Kind of. Ain't much you can do about that. You either got it or you don't, you know? They don't even hold these views in many cases. It's just people trolling both sides hard. Oh yeah, you know, like I'm sure Gypsy Crusader actually is racist, but I don't think he's the type of dude who's gonna be like in public yelling the N-word. You know, I'm sure he's just a normal guy outside of what he does on the internet, and he has racist views. You know, you know, and there's plenty of other examples of that. Sean Strickland, I don't think he believes in anything. He's one of those libertarians who's just like one of those what? Yo, somebody scored that for Garcia.
47-48, Deshaun Fraser.
This is split.
Yeah, how is that a split decision?
Judge Yellow scores the bout. Judge 49, 46.
49.
And still undefeated.
Really? Really? I'm sorry, but no, I gotta disagree with that one. I gotta disagree with that one. The guy who deserved it lost. You know, the guy who deserved it lost. I wanted Andrew Garcia to win. But nah, he didn't deserve it there. You know, that Deshaun dude worked hard. He outworked him. He just fucking outworked him. You know, it's like, what the fuck, dude. Anyway, but yeah, and like a lot of libertarians, people who call themselves libertarians, the Gadsden flag waving dudes, they just want to be able to do whatever they want all the time, and that's their entire political theory. So they don't care about anything like demographics and immigration issues, and they don't care about they don't care about whether or not children are being groomed by like drag queens or their teachers at school or something like that. They don't care about any of that so long as they get to smoke their weed, so long as they get to have their guns. And that's the kind of guy that Sean Strickland strikes me as. He's the kind of guy who's like, nah, just leave me alone and let me have my guns. You know, that's the type of dude Sean Strickland seems like he is. So yeah, like that's why Sean's not really my guy. You know.
Did so good that we are going to give y'all a few $1,000 bonus just because y'all put y'all heart in there. So y'all clap it up for them, y'all clap it up. And W's in the chat. Both of y'all fought y'all heart out. How do you feel about the outcome of this fight?
Been watching since I was a kid, bro. How old are you? 13.
First, I want to thank you, Adam, bro.
What is that? What Andrew Garcia said? He told Aiden Ross, "I've been watching you since I was a kid." Turns out this dude's like only like 17.
Like I was dictating the pace. I thought boxing was hit and not get hit, man. Like that hurt, bro. That's fucked up, man. I really bust my ass, man. This dude just coming up, bro. I bust my ass, man. Nah, but like I get that, you know. If I would have lost, I would have felt like I lost, but I at least felt I had 2 wins, man.
Yeah, nah. That's you know.
What you got to say about that? Let me hold it, cause you get carried the fuck away.
I came here to put up a statement. He came here to run. It's hard for me to knock somebody out that's running the whole time. I came to put on for brand risk. That's what I came to do.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You came to try and knock him out. You came to knock him out, bro. But like you got outworked in every way. You got outworked in every way, and none of your offense worked when you were actually going for it. Is the issue, you know? There were times where he landed and he landed hard, and it didn't do anything, you know? So I mean, yeah, they need to run this back, you know? Like if I was that dude, I'd be like, all right, let's run it back then, you know? Fuck it. Especially after that, it's like, oh, I know I can beat you now. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what the record says. Like, I know I can beat you. Let's run it back. Let's fucking go. If you're so sure that you beat me and that you could do it again, let's fucking do it again then. You know? I'd pay to see that. Yeah, exactly. You know? Surprised Bill Cosby don't fight. Hell yeah, bro. Bill Cosby versus who's another old dude. Who's another old dude that was, like, convicted of rape? Weinstein. Bill Cosby versus Harvey Weinstein is what we need. That would be who would you even cheer for there? Would you root for? Would it be Cosby for you, or would it be Weinstein for you? I think I'd have to go with Cosby in that one, honestly. You know? Nice to see Gypsy getting the exposure he deserves. I've known this guy since 2020. Yeah, you know, it's crazy because as somebody who like I've talked about it a little bit, right? I've been talking about it more and more. Like, Gypsy Crusader was somebody who you could see on, like, Telegram. You know, like, if you were hanging out on Telegram in, like, 2018, 2019, 2020, before it, like, really blew up, but it was still kind of popping for, like, people who were, you know, on the right side of the spectrum, and then some fucking idiot left-wingers. It's funny and crazy to see, like, oh, this dude who used to be, like, the Joker N-word guy on Omegle, now he's doing shit with Aiden Ross all of a sudden. That is pretty bonkers, you know? I can remember seeing Gypsy Crusader all around the place, like, specifically Telegram, you know? And it's like, that you're in a bubble when you're in that kind of environment. You're in a bubble when you're in that environment, is the thing. So, like, if you mention that name to a lot of people, they're gonna be like, what? Who the fuck is that? You know? But now he's, like I said, he's doing stuff for Aiden Ross now, and it's like, holy shit, you know? When's the fight? I think we have another, like, 6 or 7 fights, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to get up and stretch. I'm gonna have to stretch my legs a little bit. So yeah, up next is gonna be General Zach versus King Keem. Then we have Ruga versus K-Mac the Great. Ruga the Booga versus K-Mac the Great. Then we have Antonio Williams versus Carlos Portillo. Then we got 3 more, and then we got Gypsy Crusader. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 fights, and then it's Gypsy Crusader. And then I guess since we're here, we might as well hang out and watch the wannabe early 90s gangsters fucking fight it out, you know? Yeah, man, got all the old groups on his Telegram. Like, 8 of his channels were deleted, but the thing is, most of the people don't know his backstory. Yeah, you know, a lot of people don't, you know. He did time in prison. He did prison time for like a year or 2. I know that, and I forget exactly what it was. I think it was like, I feel like it might have been a weapons charge. If not, it was for some kind of like political thing where, you know, because he's the Omegle Joker N-word guy, you know, like the authorities wanted to take him down, so they found a reason, they found an excuse, you know. Oh, well, there was one time he said he was going to beat up somebody, and we're going to add a hate crime charge to that because he said he was going to beat up a black person, like that type of shit, you know. It was one of those 2 things, and I forget which, you know. He's streamed on Tum. What is Tum? What is Tumb? Tumb. Who's fighting next? We're about to see, actually. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs in a second. Short barrel rifle and political. Exactly, you know. They'll find a reason. You know. If they want to arrest you, it's very Stalinist, you know. They show me the man, I'll show you the crime type shit, you know. It is what it is. King Keem. Let's push the likes on 100. Yes, I would appreciate if everybody is here. could like and also subscribe as well if this is something you're into. I usually do these for UFC streams, but we could do brand risk in the future as well if this goes well, especially if there's like dudes on the card that are interesting. You know, that's why I'm watching this one. This is why I'm doing this one, is because what's his face, Gypsy Crusader taking on SupaHotFire. I was like, ooh, okay, that's pretty crazy. Who wouldn't fight for the money, especially if you're as fallen off as SupaHotFire, or if you're a huge controversial person like Paul? Yeah, I'm curious how much they're making too. That does make me wonder how much they're making. You know, it's interesting. I mean, there's 251 viewers at this moment right now, and you know, there's Rainbet, and I would assume there's other sponsors as well. Like, there's got to be money behind these things. And sorry, I got a text. I anyway, the overhead for these must be so small comparatively, you know, because this is not a big. The venues I fought in were bigger than this one. There's probably like a couple hundred people in here. I think I fought in front of like 2,000 people at most. I think it was like a 2,000 person stadium, not stadium, but playhouse is what I fought in. There's no more than like 200 people here, you know. But yeah, like I would hope these guys are getting paid decent, you know, and that's one reason why I wouldn't mind fighting on a card like this, because if I could get paid like okay, it's like, well, I'd rather get paid okay. Plus, I could chalk this up to a pro win, you know, a pro fight, pro win, whatever it is. It seems like they try to make okay matchups too. You know, like, sure, they have those funny like fat guys fighting each other situations. A guy that I met a couple summers ago, Jacob Pow Envy, he's a good guy. I hate when people are like, yeah, I haven't seen that guy in a long time, or this guy that I met. You know, I know I just did that, but Pow Envy fought a midget. You know, I think that was interesting. You know, but yeah, excuse me. So right away, we're seeing some straight punches from these guys. Nothing too crazy. They're not really turning into their punches. They're not really landing with a bunch of power. You know, I don't know if they're just trying to take it easy on each other. This is a 3-round fight right here. Interesting. They went 5-round to 3-round fight. Okay. Well, at least it'll be a little bit quicker. Yeah, I mean, these guys are doing a good job of keeping their stances. They're doing a good job of, you know, keeping composure, but they're not really throwing with much gusto. And I don't know if it's that they're just not that skilled. They're just skilled enough to look like they know what they're doing, but they're not skilled enough to actually, like, make it look fluid and natural. I don't know if that's the case. The way these guys are fighting now, I would say it's probably that second one. And they haven't learned how to throw with power yet is part of their issue. They haven't learned how to turn their hips and their shoulder into their punches. They haven't learned how to transfer the weight from the back foot to the front foot. And because of that, nothing is really landing with any, like, gusto, you know? And then you got this dude who he's bending down, basically. Oh, that was a nice shot on the nice short hook on the break there. That was nice, you know? Is this team deathmatch, black versus white? Honestly, you know what? I don't think you're I don't think you're too far off there. I don't think you're too far off, you know. It's a brand risk prison brand risk prison edition. Woods versus Toads.
He looks a little rough on the pads, bro, but he's just strong as fuck.
What time does Gypsy fight? Not sure, honestly. I wish I knew. You know. We have, I think, 5 or 6 more fights, and hopefully they're going to end quick, you know? Yeah, these guys, yeah.
You guys have somebody in your community that wants to fight on brand risk. Send it to me. I texted a bunch of streamers. I texted Lacey.
Oh, okay, all right.
Get your fighters to fight on brand risk. Oh, here we go, Zach.
Ooh.
Told you, bro.
So yeah, I mean, Aiden saying, "Hey, people should fight on brand risk." Like, I don't know if I'm getting ready to move this year, but if I can put something together, maybe I should hit him up. I should probably hit Sam up and ask him to hit somebody up who can hit Aiden up. Is probably what I should do. You know. I don't know though. Gen Zach is built but doesn't use a single muscle. LOL. I really read the LOL. Brother hasn't thrown a punch before this. Yeah, and a lot of that was the hardest punch we've seen this whole fight. You see, one of the issues a lot of people have is that they don't know how to use their body in a way that's actually gonna like be explosive. You know, you have football players who they're very naturally explosive, but they're not acutely explosive. So they're not the worst necessarily when they get into boxing. They're not terrible when they get into boxing, but they're not quite there. They're not quite right is what it ends up being. And like it's a whole other skill set. It's a whole other thing. It's a whole other universe to be able to throw hands as hard and as fast as you can at somebody and actually land too. And actually fucking land. And they're waving it off. It looks like all right, it looks like the Aryans are up 2-0. The Aryan Brotherhood is up 2-0 over the Black Gorilla family in this Brand Risk Promotions number 13 Prison Edition. Man. Damn girl with the sign got the slam clam. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I like clams. I like bagels and lox, but clams are good. Imagine a fight between Kyle Rittenhouse and George Floyd. Oh man, it'd have to be Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, right? And Kyle Rittenhouse and Vosh is what I would want to see. That's what I would want to see. I'm finna leave this live and come back in 45 type shit. All right, catch you later, man. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, they'll probably be on in about an hour, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. You know. Hello. My wife is here. She brought me my dinner. Oh man, I hope it's not too. Baby, could you do me a huge favor? Could you bring me that table over there? Could you just like? Oh, actually, I forgot we had that one. Shit. This fight is just like the ending of Death Stranding 2. I never played Death Stranding 1 or 2, you know? But Vosh just beats his ass. That would be kind of funny. As much as I hate Vosh, as much as if I ever saw Vosh, I would have to give him a firm handshake. As much as I would have to give Vosh a pat on the back if I ever saw him, that would be hilarious if Vosh beat up Kyle Rittenhouse. That'd be so funny. All right. I'll be right there. I'm gonna I gotta wash my hands so I can eat. I'll be right there. Oh man. The stream's still up by the way, so just I was Yes. Oh, you guys can't even hear what they're saying. Hold on, because I'm gonna be eating, so you know I might not have too much to say for the next like 5 to 10 minutes. So you know I'll at least let you guys listen to that, and you know I'm gonna have to make sure that I do pause it, or not pause it, but mute it to I do need to make sure I mute it when music plays. You know that's for sure.
I admire that you always be locked in, bro. You
Pizza's a
always be
little
ready to fight, and you always like take time to dedicate it to your craft. So congratulations on your win, bro. And can't wait to see you fight again, bro. God bless y'all boys.
Shout out to Zach.
Let's get to the interview, dog.
What'd you say? You have somebody. Send him over to Jordan. Send him over to Jordan. Okay. What the fuck was that, dude?
I don't know. Would you let the guy fight again?
No, not happening.
He's done.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Get up now.
Go ahead, Ben. Yeah, go to Ben. Oh, where's Ben?
Right there.
Where?
Oh, right there.
Point.
With the durag or the
He
beanie.
doesn't have a do-rag on.
Beanie. Shut up.
He said you have a do-rag on.
Chewing ASMR hype, hell yeah.
He said that.
No, I didn't, bro.
You're gonna watch boxing matches, and I'm gonna be mukbanging here. I'm gonna be like,
You know I love you, Ben.
Anyways, Adam, how are you?
Bro, I'm great. You know how excited we are for you know, anybody in the sort of Chicago
fuck.
adjacent rap community. The idea that Ruga is gonna get into the ring with an LA representative like K-Mac is just so unbelievably exciting for us.
I agree. Do you know who Ruga is? You know song?
rapper.
They done let the in the dough.
Oh, the GDs.
They don't let the
Whoa!
GDs.
Don't say it.
What is? I was just in.
You can say
I didn't
GD.
smack you. I just rubbed
Why,
it.
why can you not say
Do it again.
GD?
You can sing it, or you sing it.
They don't let the GDs in the dough.
Who do you represent, bro? I feel like
holy
you're
fuck,
part of, like,
holy
Right,
fucking
right,
shit,
okay,
dude.
okay.
So you want K-Mac to win, right?
I'm not in a gang. Yeah, they wouldn't let you in, bro. You let dudes fuck your wife. What the fuck?
Ruga was supposed to fight Blueface.
That's right.
I did a whole interview with Ruga where he talked all about how he was going to whoop Blueface, and then the commission.
I'd fight for
saw
Vosh for
training
Kyle.
footage.
What do you?
Did you see
Oh,
it?
you'd fight Vosh for Kyle.
It was that bad?
It's Ruga. I'm not shitting on you, but yeah, the video made the commission be like, no, we're not doing
That
it.
is insane. But anyway, Ruga's mad at me because I talked about that on stream and explained why he wasn't fighting Blueface. Like, it's like I'm a commentator. I gotta talk about
Wait,
that.
go to Ben.
Y'all scoot the fuck over. I don't know what y'all got going on. Scoot over.
Oh my God, it's Neon's girlfriend.
Bro, stop.
Oh, here
What
we
the
go.
fuck?
Here we go.
And Selena
This is
fucking.
not-
Oh,
What
it's
the fuck
fucking.
is y'all doing so close with each other?
We're on a date.
Yeah, we're on a date, nigga. Just hanging out.
What the what?
Charleston.
You ain't think if we just got out of Black History Month, you're not finna keep taking all the niggas down.
That's the only thing I like.
Who you think gonna win this fight tonight
She
between
fucked an
Blueface
Indian.
and
No,
his
she
opponent?
didn't. You're 50.
She fucked an Indian. Holy fuck.
Yeah, we the new Ray J and Kim K before they became famous. Yeah.
What's going on, Dismodu? I'm eating pizza.
What you gonna do when you ass naked in a picture posted on the ground in the middle of the morning?
He's gonna smile.
Yeah, cross on over to OnlyFans.
Yo, that bitch is foul.
Yeah, I know what to do, nigga. Yeah, I know
Oh.
what to do, motherfucker. Catch me, nigga.
That bitch is really foul.
Trying to see your naked ass on
But-
OnlyFans. Aiden, back to you, man. I don't know what the fuck.
She does not look good. She does not look healthy.
What happened?
You gonna smash out to him?
No, before.
No.
Before.
Just barely looks human.
Well, be honest,
Truth
when
be
was it
told.
You guys got together.
Bro, that never happened. Stop
never
doing
happened?
Stop-
Yeah.
leave captions
It's like
online.
fucking hey,
So
what
is it
is
real?
with this hoe?
Okay, I didn't know. Sorry.
God
She
damn.
basically told me it was real. She's mad at academics for exposing it.
No, bro. Why did you lose your last fight, huh?
I'm a
We do
pussy.
gotta talk about that, Adam.
I can't fight good.
Adam, let's talk about it for a second.
Yeah.
We need to.
I'll turn up the kicks. I'll turn up the kick stream a little bit, okay?
Again.
Nobody want to see that shit. He
Yeah,
I don't want to be screaming over it, but I will turn it up just a little bit,
He hit
okay?
me first, and it
But
hurt.
Adam, you could have thrown something.
I could have, but realistically, it just didn't really feel like it was happening.
That
I
nigga
don't
hit you
know.
and your wife.
You had, oh,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
but you like that.
I feel like me
Fucking-
getting in the
fucking-
ring with Jason Love would be a
Pretty,
lot
pretty
like
sure that was
getting in the ring with
Rampage, who was
where
just
he
like
just walks on
flabbergasted.
me.
He's
That's
like,
not
he
true.
beat you
Oh, guys,
and
by
your
the way,
wife.
Sorry.
yeah.
Aiden Reloads, we have a Rainbet leaderboard, by the way. If you guys use code Aiden, code SSB. Yeah, that's right. I know you work for a different. Just zip it and listen. If you guys are betting on Rainbet to bet on these bets, if you use the code, it tracks your data, and you guys will get money back with the leaderboard. Just had to say it there. You're also Rainbet. Welcome to.
Rainback
Yeah.
Gang.
Yep. Rainbet gang.
Nah.
Rainbet gang.
I'm gonna put you guys on to something.
He lost hella money on Rainbow. He's biased.
Papagino's.
But there's the leaderboard right there. Make sure you guys use the code.
If-
It tracks your play.
if there-
You guys
if
will get
there
playback.
was
We'll be promoting
a
it more and more and more. Join the Discord and all that.
Massachusetts pizza,
But back
right?
to you, Adam. Chat, do you guys
like
really not
a
wanna see Adam
Massachusetts
fight
style,
Jason Love
because
again?
like there's a bunch
They
of
don't
different
want it, bro?
there's a bunch of
If
different
you-
styles of
if you
pizza.
would've
You know,
made
there's
this fight a
bar
little
pizza, there's
competitive,
New York
Listen,
style,
there's nothing wrong
there's
with
like
getting your ass
traditional
kicked, but
Italian,
you just
there's
gotta fight.
New Haven. New Haven's
I
my
think I'm
favorite.
taking myself out of
If
the
there
whole
if there
fighting thing in
was a
general.
Massachusetts
We'll go
style
back.
of
We'll
pizza,
come back. No.
it would be a Papagino's
Oh.
pizza.
All right, Clive.
And
What
Papagino's
the
is
fuck's
one of the
going on with
best
you,
pizza
brother? How you
places you're
feeling
gonna
today?
get. So
I'm
if
feeling
you're in
good.
New
How about you?
England,
I'm good,
and
man.
I
Can't
think they probably
complain.
have some in like
Lot of
upstate New
maxing
York,
and
I would
relaxing
assume.
going on.
Definitely go to
Who is you
Papagino's
most excited to
because
see fight today?
it's some of the best pizza you're ever gonna have.
I'm pretty
I guarantee
excited
it.
for the two main cards, the Gypsy versus SupaHot.
I'm getting ready to move out of New England
you got, SupaHot versus
later this
Gypsy?
year, and
I have
this
no
this
idea,
is one of the
honestly.
things
I
I'm gonna
don't
miss
know
the
too much
most.
about
You know,
SupaHot's
hands down.
background, so.
Okay. Who would you like to win?
It took me like 45 seconds to realize that's
And,
clavicular.
and who would you like to win between Blueface and Chibu?
I think Blueface, yeah.
All right, so we got Blueface, man. Okay. Well, I appreciate you having. Anything you want to tell stream? You want to tell Aiden's chat, my chat?
Hey, thanks guys for coming out. Always love brand risk. Amazing culture here. So shout out to you guys.
Amazing
What happened to your
culture.
do-rag? You had a do-rag on earlier. I was gonna help you tie it the right way,
Amazing,
but
amazing
you let
culture.
Dean
What
tie it
the
for
fuck are you
Well,
talking
tell us
about,
a little
dude?
bit about that earlier.
Anyway,
Yeah, I don't know. Gypsy tied it improperly. I don't know too much about.
I
had
envy
it
you,
looking like
Scott.
a
I live in
headband, Chad. I
Canada.
told
Fuck.
Clive it was
Well,
wrong,
New
but I
England
got
is
you.
the
I got you
Canada
next
of
time,
America,
bro.
if
All
we're
right,
being
bro, appreciate
honest
you
here. You know,
All right,
like
back to you,
New
Aiden.
England
Dude, I won't lie.
and
He's on
Washington
meth,
and Oregon,
ketamine.
they're like
I mean,
the
dude,
they're
the
like
list goes on.
the
Hey, by the way, where
the
were you,
Canada
Charleston?
of America,
Where were
if
you
anything.
when-
You know,
Clive got mogged by the ASU frat leader.
Scott, Papagino's is some of the best goy slop I've ever
I'm sorry,
had.
that was
It is some top quality slop. It is some top quality goy
I
slop.
think
I will
he's,
give you that.
misunderstood.
I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and I think he get a bad rap for being, young and dumb at times.
Okay, Charleston, you and Selena Powell.
I
you guys
still don't
really-
get how Clav looks this small while blasting Tren.
I'm tipping my toe in
Well,
the
I
water.
mean,
Y'all look good
Tren,
together, bro.
like Tren is one of
yeah,
those
you might
things.
look
My
better with-
understanding of it, I'm not a
She
steroids
didn't
guy,
do
so
white pussy.
I'm not an expert. But
Oh.
my understanding of Tren
I'm reneging.
and certain other
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm reneging.
performance-enhancing
Like pulling
drugs and
back?
substances
Yeah, I'm pulling
is
back.
that they're
Yeah,
not
I'm
all
pulling
about
back. I think this
mass,
is the fastest way to
but
reparation.
something like Tren can kind of be
Okay,
used
this next
either way,
fight,
where
Ruga
it's like
came
either
back.
A, you're just going to
Adam.
be,
Bro,
You're going K-Mac.
I'm
maybe
going
you'll get a
K-Mac,
little bit
but
more
I have some
musculature,
inside
maybe you'll
tea
get a
for you.
little
What's
bit
the
bigger,
insider?
but unless
One
you're
of
like
my
really pumping,
employees last
unless you're
night
like
saw
really
K-Mac
like, let's
in
go,
the
like I
lobby
need
of our
calories,
hotel
I need
at about 4
I
o'clock
need
in the morning.
No.
exercise and I need
Drunk
rest.
as
You're
hell.
not gonna balloon like
So
that.
we
you
are
know?
not getting the best version of K-Mac that we would normally get. And also, in addition to that, I have to point out, K-Mac really kind of got mogged by Ruga during the face-off. Like, Ruga
Scott, what's your
really-
go-to pizza style and toppings?
42. I know, it's insane.
New
It's like
Haven is my
Ruga,
favorite,
like,
and I like a
the
classic
energy that
pepperoni.
Ruga was
You know,
putting forth
I
was
like all
so
like
much
I'll never
more
say no to
confident,
pizza,
so much more
but
stable, and,
pepperoni
like, K-Mac was kinda
is the
stuttering,
shit
like,
in my opinion.
In the face-off, K-Mac was not seeming like that intimidating, which, I mean, I've trained with K-Mac. I've seen K-Mac do cardio. I feel like he's impressive. He's dedicated his whole life to boxing and fighting in the street. And all I have to say, though, especially about Ruga, is that Chicago might be like the most lethal hip-hop scene in the country.
Still, right?
I mean, they kill each other like it's no big deal.
I was just there. It's getting a lot better.
It's insane. You got arrested in Oblog. I saw that.
It was fake. It was
I
fake.
know it was
Shut the
fake.
fuck up, dude.
It was fake, yeah.
No, it's not.
It was
I will
fake.
play into you guys' fake stream
It was not,
narratives.
bro. It was their designated security they have at O Block. You can't even get in.
Okay, I'll choose to believe that. But all I'm saying is that in Chicago, they might be like the meanest rap fans ever. And so if Ruga loses,
They're going to be mean to him.
it's going to be so brutal.
So his
for him.
reps on the line.
They're gonna be mean to him.
Vanderlinde,
That's so fucking funny.
GD's out the door.
Okay.
in the door.
In the door.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Ben, I think wanted to go one more, and then we're going to run this fight.
So there's like street
Are we
politics
running it
in
right
this.
now? I don't know.
This is street.
Are we running this right now or what? Ben, where's Ben?
I'm going with the nigga K-Mac.
Blue corner.
Yeah,
You
I'm
going K-Mac?
I'm going with K-Mac.
I'm going to go Ruga.
I'm
Chi-Town.
excited now knowing the backstory.
Chi-Town, what up?
You know how you were just in Oblak?
Yeah.
Ruga is like the sworn.
Sorry about that. Holy fuck, man. Young-hoon Kim holds the record for the highest IQ at 276. He is a devout Christian who views theology as the ultimate discipline and believes the existence of God is a scientific certainty. Same. I'm the same. Except I have a 277 IQ. So there's that. Yeah, you know, there's a quote by Johnny Cash that I saw recently. I think it was this account called like Trad West or something like that on Twitter. He shared it. Excuse me. It talks about man, holy fuck. It talks about well, Johnny Cash said, like, you know, it takes a tough man to follow Christ. I don't want to get too deep into the whole, you know, Christianity religion thing. That's not what I'm trying to do right now, you know, but it takes a tough person, you know. It's not an easy path to follow Christ, and that's why so many people turn away from it, because it's easier to be like an atheist, you know. It's easier to be a Buddhist. It's easier to be anything else that you decide you want to be, you know. But yeah. Let's go ahead. I want to make sure I don't get copyright fucking claimed by some fucking dude from Chicago, you know. Scott's the only human being in history who got smarter from CTE. Hell yeah. All right.
Say, why y'all got reserved on the boy backside?
I'm excited now for this fight.
Yeah, I just realized that reserved on his ass.
Chicago versus LA. Here we go.
LA guy looks buff as fuck.
Yo, he got his asshole reserved for who?
That's what they say.
What the?
Oh, shut the fuck up, Adam22. Your wife is reserved for everybody but you.
You don't like Aaron?
Nah, he's
You fucking idiot.
He lied on me.
I hate informants.
I turn the stream down just a little bit because I don't want to have to like shout over it too much. I already have to kind of talk a little bit loud in the first place. Man, these guys are fucking not boxers, which I did not think they were. Ooh, that was an all right. I think that might have been a hook. Kind of slapped him upside the head with it.
Yeah, bro's already wobbling.
Man, these guys are not boxers.
Southpaw situation, huh?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, what both of them need to do is they need to lead with their rear hand, you know? What Mac is doing, Mac the Great is doing, he's trying to get his lead leg to the outside of Ruga Booga. And that's a good idea, but he needs to lead with his left hand. Right now, one thing that Ruga is doing well, right, is when he's throwing, he's moving his lead leg to the outside, right? So they both basically want to be going in the same direction. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to step so that they have a dominant angle. Because the thing is, if this is how I'm standing, right, this is my lead hand, this is my rear hand, and somebody steps so that they're over here, that's tough for me to do anything about. I have to throw across my body. I have to throw something that's not really going to do well for me, you know? Oh, excuse me. It's funny, these guys look like they had like some rudimentary boxing training from dudes that actually knew what they were doing. You know, like that's the funny thing is like these guys, you know, they're not boxers. You know that they're like they're not even really athletically gifted dudes, but they're doing just enough technical boxing to make it like work. You know, like right there, you see Ruga. He's done that a few times. He's jabbed. He goes 1, 2, 3, moving that way, and then he throws the cross because when he moves. When Ruga moves this way, when Ruga moves in the way that he's moving, it's lining him up to throw a straight right down the middle and have that happen. Put K-Mac on his ass, you know? K-Mac's pants falling down. Oof. I grew up on real boxing. This is like two mama's boys fighting over snacks. Oh yeah, for sure, you know. But everybody has to start somewhere, and I'm not even saying these guys are going to continue. It'd probably be good if they continued, but like everybody has to start somewhere. And if you box, when you first start out, you have things that you kind of hold on to that your coach tells you to do. Ooh. You have things that you hold on to that your coach told you to do, right? Your coach may have had you drill like a hook cross hook, right? So that becomes your combination, you know? Now you're trying to throw hook cross hook any chance you get, because that's one of the first things that your coach told you to do when you're sparring, you know, like that type of shit. So, you know, like good for both of them for kind of semi taking it seriously and having something when they came in here. It's not like the first fight where it was just two fat guys literally throwing hamlocks at each other, you know. Overhook almost got him rocked. Oh yeah. This is two black guys fighting in a KFC parking lot. Yo, that was a brutal strike. Is that what you say when your wife gets fucked at him? Is that what you say when he puts it in? When he pops it in, you know? Fucking when the dude whips his dick out and pops it in, you're sitting there in a chair in the corner like, that was a brutal strike.
Ruga versus K-Mac round 2. Here we go. All right, Rampage.
I get that first round of K-Mac.
What? Oh, you trolling.
You see what I'm talking about with K-Mac, right? He's continuously trying to move that way, and that's not a bad idea. It's just that the direction he's moving in, while it's the right direction, he's not doing enough, you know? Like, you can see how he's loading up on his punches now. He's a little bit flustered, you know? Meanwhile, Ruga is doing a good job of keeping it nice and relaxed, and because of that, even though he's not, like, amazing himself, he's able to make it work, and that's the important thing, you know?
Charleston, who you want to win now?
Oh, I'm rooting for K-Mac. Yeah, I ain't switching up, come on, nigga, losing. Yeah, I ain't jumping ship because I like the ship sinking. I'm just like the band on the Titanic, still playing when the water filling up.
They're both gonna keel over from activity, dude. Fucking probably, bro.
This is... All right, now
Yeah.
I think they're starting to get tired.
You can, and Aiden saying the same thing. I was like, yeah, these guys are both definitely tired. You know, you can tell from the lack of output, the lack of activity. You know, he needs to work on his striking. Fucking which one? I'd say both of them. I'd say both of them.
Ruga don't seem too tired though.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh.
If he fought Blueface, that would have been bad.
I agree. I think if Blueface fought Ruga, Blueface would have knocked him out probably round 1 or 2.
That's the opinion of the commission as well.
Yep.
You can't leave it out there, Red. You gotta bring it back.
K-Mac got fucked up last night. Adam said it.
What are you fucking talking about, you idiot?
So this guy just posts boxing videos all day.
Oh yeah, that's all he does. That's his whole identity.
Fight videos.
You put that mic up.
I fuck with Ruga, bro.
Yeah, it's a difference between fighting and boxing, and we see that now.
Yeah, he's a street fighter, and it turns out maybe that's not as useful.
Sorry, I'm you know, stuffing my face, but like, I don't like this ref. There's things that you can do in boxing that are not against the rules. There's nothing wrong with them, you know? There's nothing wrong with clinching in boxing, right? You should not be warning people about clinches. If they clinch, you should break them. It's one thing if somebody is clinching because they don't want to fight, that's obvious. But when somebody is jabbing into range and then clinching to avoid getting hit, that is a legitimate tactic. That's a legitimate strategy, right? And the reason I bring that up is because a couple fights ago, this same ref was like, hey, watch the clinching. You got to stop the clinching on one dude who was doing a really good job. And that annoyed me. And now she's trying to tell people, no, you can't leave your arm out. You can't leave your arm out. You have to retract it. And it's like there's no rule that states that. You know? It's like holy fuck, man. Lady ref, lady officers side. Exactly. That's what I said earlier. It's like a lot of female refs, because women just naturally kind of henpeck, you know? because that's just the way women like do things a lot of the time. They nag and they henpeck. They like when they're given like a position of authority, like say, reffing a boxing match. That's what ends up happening. It's like they're looking for reasons to be like, hey, don't you do that? And like that's what this chick's doing. You know? It's like, yo, you fucking suck, man.
I'll say 1-1.
I'll say 1-1 probably, right?
I'll say 1-1.
Somebody's saying 1-1. I don't know about that one. You know, I think those guys are just fucking around.
K-Mac seemed a little bit more active. He didn't land as many punches, but he seemed more active.
That's close. Thank you.
All right, round 3. Here we go.
He's gonna give it us all this round.
LA versus Chicago. Chat, who y'all got?
You gotta do
Streets
this for the
involved,
city.
politics involved.
I'll say LA get him knocked
Ooh.
out. Oh, wait a minute. That right hand is a
K-Mac is
I was just gonna say, if Ruga lines up that right hand, he could knock him on his ass again.
He dodged.
Oh.
He cannot stop that right hand.
And you don't even look tired. Ruga does not seem tired.
I feel like Ruga could keep going.
Low back up then. Yeah, low back up.
This is
You know, I'll give it to Ruga.
this is a very interesting fight, guys.
He's not the most skilled guy you've ever seen.
Bro, with K-Mac's physique, you would think
He's got a fight IQ, though.
I think the partying got to him. And you know what?
He knows
A month or two of real training camp.
he knows how to bait certain reactions and try and take advantage of them. He knows how to dart in. He knows how to explode in. You know. He may not be technically the greatest, but you can fix technique. You know, fight IQ is something that like it's not that you can't learn it. It's tough to learn. So if you're comfortable, if you're okay with fight IQ, that's a big piece of it. That's a big piece of it, you know. What's wrong with K-Mac's jabs? K-Mac, whoa, whoa. Scott, isn't a big issue with this fight that they're both opposite strong hand? I don't think that's an issue. I think the issue is that like they both are kind of stumped a little bit, you know. And you see, there's nothing wrong with what just happened there with Ruga. There is nothing wrong with leaving your hand out to measure distance and to try and keep him from moving in. I don't know where they got this referee. They should most certainly not invite her back. They absolutely positively need to not let this woman back into the ring because she doesn't know boxing, you know. But yeah, these guys, they're deep into the fight. We got 40 seconds left in round 3, the last round of the fight. They're running out of ideas, is what it is. That's why they're kind of just looking at each other. They're tired. Excuse me. The adrenaline wore off 2 rounds ago. And they're realizing, ah, shit, I don't have many more aces up my sleeve. What am I going to do, you know? Ooh, that was a nice jab. Well, I wouldn't call it a nice jab. I'd just say it landed. It landed. But, you know.
It's your last chance, bro.
Leave it all in the ring, K-Mac.
It's over.
It's over. You
It's
waited too
over.
late,
Chicago
K-Mac.
got it. Ruga won.
You waited too late, K-Mac.
And
I could really kind of see that going either way.
there we go.
Look at that flurry that K-Mac just had at the end.
That's Ruga. That's Ruga.
Yeah, that's respect right there.
Ruga.
That's it.
That's it.
3 rounds.
Ruga won
I
that.
think K-Mac won.
Hey, Ben.
It's because you live in LA.
I'm going to text you who to interview.
Yeah, I think K-Mac won.
It just always seems that when fighters are opposite style, it never looks natural when they throw punches. Nah, that's got nothing to do with it here, you know.
Definitely the most notable moment of the fight.
Yep.
But it looked like he was
See, that was fucking nice, you know. Faded back, bang, cross right down the middle.
So these two guys, they really had beat in real life.
No, but it's just street politics, though.
Okay.
LA versus Chicago.
you know. They kind of both fighting for the respect of their cities.
Okay.
Both of them are known
What's
to
more
be
dangerous?
notorious cities.
What's more dangerous, Chicago or LA?
I feel like Chicago has a higher murder rate at this point.
What do you think, Charleston?
LA is more dangerous.
LA's very dangerous,
These
bro.
guys fucking like, holy shit, man.
Very dangerous.
No, I think K-Mac won.
LA, they'll extort you. They'll take all your money.
The ghetto.
Yeah, kidnap you. Yeah. They'll take your broad and pimp on her. No. LA a motherfucker. LA a motherfucker. Chicago, you might, go hide and mingle, but now LA, you have to really be on guard.
I don't know. They have something called killing season in Chicago.
That's
I
crazy. All right, here we go.
All right, this is big, man.
K-Mac looks tight.
Put K-Mac's hand up in the air,
maybe.
man. Ruga.
Are these just warm-up fights? Basically, Elliot Galvin.
What's a lot of bread?
Basically,
10 bands.
2, 3, 4. We have 4 fights, and then it's going to be Gypsy Crusader.
Judge 1 scored this bout 30-26. Judge 2 scored this bout 29-27. Judge 3 scored this bout 30-26. And for the winner, by unanimous decision, out of the red corner, Ruga!
Wow.
Ah, shit.
No one believed in him.
All right, y'all come here. They done let the GDs in the dough. They done let them boys in the dough, man. All right, good sportsmanship. Y'all niggas come stand by me. Stand on the other side. You stand right here. Come here. Let me get you right quick.
All right, good sportsmanship. You come stand by me.
Highly anticipated fight. Both of y'all went out there, performed. What you feel like you could have done better? What you feel like you didn't do this?
That is like, yeah, like
I feel like I did.
it would have been nice if there was a quick knockout in this one. Because let's be honest, we're all here to see Gypsy Crusader versus SupaHotFire. You know.
I brushed him off. It didn't hurt
So I was
me
like, all right, whatever, you know.
I'm not tired. You feel me?
You didn't do none of that shit in the fucking ring.
Hey, that's shadow boxing, but you feel me? It's easier to do without.
Wait, nigga, if you shadow boxing like this, why is you throwing straight hate maker?
You want to get in the ring and see?
Nigga, you just lost, nigga. You can take your L and chill with that one for a minute. How you feel about whooping this nigga ass since he want to talk?
Hey, look, I'm from Iraq. I'm a survivor, shorty. You hear me? I come from the toughest of the shit. And there was a lot of motherfuckers doubting us. And I'm gonna hit a show motherfuckers. And he was a little musty. But look.
Yeah,
Shucking and jiving.
Yeah, shorty.
Holy fuck, man.
He was trying to distract me with his must. But look, I want on some real shit. I really want Herbo next.
Wait, what? That's my nigga.
This is why they just shoot each other, exactly. You know. Nobody can fight.
We could have had a little rivalry or something like that, but you was quiet to the mother. See, look, he thought I was his friend. I'm really planning on knocking your motherfucking head off your shoulders, boy.
Back dojo, man. That was a good fight. Y'all ain't gotta keep going back.
Nigga, you got one lucky punch and I failed. If I wouldn't have failed, I would have won by decision, nigga. If fifth was a fifth,
we'd all be drunk. Next fight, chat.
Hey. What the fuck? That fight. You did good, man. You did good. Good job, K-Mac. K-Mac, Aaron next. We got to get you Aaron.
Look at Neon's fucking nerdy ass, bro. Holy fuck, man.
You want to fight?
Of course.
You want Ben the Don?
Calling me out. You ain't got enough, nigga.
Ooh.
Dude, Ruga was just on my podcast telling me about how he feels like G Herbo's been taking shots at him over the years.
So how do we get her versus him?
I feel like G Herbo very successful as a
Money
rapper.
Talk. Money talk.
He's probably gonna be asking for a Lil Baby style $30 million or some shit like that. I don't think it's.
Yeah, you got it.
It's unlikely.
I can't pay $30 million.
It ain't worth it.
It's not worth it.
It ain't worth it.
Ben, I'm gonna let you go do a couple interviews.
It ain't worth it.
Bro, the most we can get G Herbo is probably like $100K. Bro, I don't got money like that.
He probably gets that for
Y'all think I got money? I would. Brendan,
No, I believe you.
I'm not trying to disrespect Herbo because he's worth way more.
Don't worry, I'm almost done with my pizza. You ain't gotta worry about it.
Back to you, Ben.
What the fuck? Is Ben getting pressed?
There might be an altercation going down.
What's going on?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it is. Something going down.
Someone down? What the?
Jordan yelling in someone's face.
What is happening?
That's why they have the fucking guns.
What the fuck?
Slim Jimmy in there with a bald head.
Dave Chappelle. Is that Dave Chappelle?
No, that's not Dave Chappelle.
Is that Dave Chappelle?
That's whack 100.
We'll put the, for now, maybe put the camera back. Yeah, there you go. I don't know what just happened. Was there an altercation of some sort? Chat, who got into it? Who got into it with who?
Got a little heated there. Okay, we got DDG and Ben right here.
Is it on me?
Yes, it is.
Chat, what the hell going on?
I am right here.
What the hell
with the
going
one
on?
and only DDG.
All right.
How are
Now
you
we're
doing, my
back in it. We're back in it.
I feel terrible.
You must have lost your parlay already.
I lost everything.
So all your picks was wrong?
I'm just here for vibes right now, man.
When does Raja Jackson come out?
All right. Well, it's still a couple more fights.
Hopefully
left, man.
soon.
How you feel like the Blueface and Chibu fight gonna go?
I think Blueface got it.
Who the fuck is this
do
guy?
you really believe, like you really wholeheartedly believe that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. For sure. I fuck with that. And who you think and Gypsy and SupaHotFire?
I got Super Hot.
Okay. Super Hot got some-
you see,
People be
like
sleeping on Super Hot, but he got hands, and he got a bald head right now too.
He did go bald like
fucking
Tupac.
like
And
no
he got
no
the
black
Tupac
person
silk
is gonna be
Versace
like, nah, I
tonight,
got
so he
Gypsy,
ready.
unless it's
And can you
unless
let
it's someone like
everybody know your
Charleston
latest single
White,
that you got
who's like he's known for being like outrageous like that. No black person you ask is gonna be like, nah, I got I got Gypsy. It's like, nah, they're gonna go super hot.
I ain't trying
You know,
yet.
of course.
Well, what's coming up?
Me and Polo G.
Okay, W Polo G DDG, man, I appreciate you, my dog. Sorry about your parlays. I told you not to pick
sorry
that
about
nigga.
your parlays.
Back to you, Aiden.
What the? So wait, he's dropping music? Are you ready for
Tribalism
DDG's
begins.
drop?
Of course,
Yeah, for sure.
of course
I'm
it
totally
does.
Fire, bro.
Of course it does. You know.
Yeah, he can rap. He's definitely got fire. He's definitely got fire. Charleston, I think. Look right here. They're looking to talk to you, Charleston.
Oh my God.
Why Charleston, they look mad at you.
Who?
To the right of us.
I can't see him. I can't see out that eye. Yeah. I can't see out that eye.
Nah, I don't know who that is. All right. Well, you know who that is or not?
I don't know that name.
Pull some out of his backpack.
What it do? What it be? What it am?
He's taking his hoodie off.
What's going on, Barack Obama?
Is that your boy?
Wait.
What?
Look like one of P. Diddy
Profanity.
kids.
They don't
Whoa,
look tough.
profanity.
Wait, he's Diddy's
Gypsy,
kid?
the
He look
war
like-
hero.
he look like
Oh man,
motherfucker Diddy.
Christ is king. Yes, sir, Ragamuffin.
He look like
Stop
bro, he
it.
look
They
like
don't
one of
look
his kids.
tough.
Holy fuck, can't even make fun of this. Yeah, oh
They
yeah.
do like the Justin.
Oh, but that's not Diddy's.
Bro, you be having famous people here. You didn't know that.
Yeah,
you don't be looking in the crowd. You be having famous
Isn't
people here.
Gypsy
Man,
low
listen,
key a good
got a
fighter?
famous-
You know what?
Yeah, no.
You got a famous actor
For-
texting me right
we're-
now.
we're
telling me
gonna-
to come here.
Who?
We're gonna click away from this because who gives a fuck about like half the people on this card? If we're being honest here, I'm gonna show you guys Gypsy Crusader in Muay Thai. Okay, Paul Miller fight. We're gonna take a look, right? Of course, fucking See, like this right here, Paul Banaziak. He's actually someone who was really good at Muay Thai, right? And Paul Miller, Gypsy Crusader, fought him. So, there's that. That's something right there. I'm looking to see if there's any yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go back to the first one. I'll go back to the first one. Fuck it. Right here. So, this is Gypsy Crusader right here, okay? Oi. Oh yeah, shit. I got to See, this is an amateur fight right here. So he's a lot better than he is even here, Like, this is an amateur fight, probably at a smoker, mind you, Oi. So that wasn't even the entirety of the fight. I figured we were going to get to see, like, a whole fight. We will go ahead and we will... So this right here, I believe, is Gypsy Crusader. I want to double check though. What a skilled guy. I'm sure he will have a great future. That's funny as hell. But this is Gypsy Crusader right here. Oi. 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 Oh, to the head. That was a knee to the head. Oi. T-cow. Fucking. But yeah, so in amateur Muay Thai, you're not allowed to knee to the head. So, you know, that's why he's actually getting in trouble here. And they didn't count this dude. Even though that was a knockdown under the rule set that they're under, that's not technically considered to be a knockdown. But let's go ahead, right? Oh, hey. Fucking nice knees. Nice clinch work. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. So you're not seeing a lot of pure boxing here, but what I'm trying to show you is that he is not excuse me. He's not a nobody, you know. He's not someone who he's not someone who has no fight training at all. He knows what he's doing. You know, you're seeing a clinch heavy strategy right now, probably because it's fucking working, you know. But even in the last video that I showed you, the short, you can see excuse me. Even in the last video that I showed you, the YouTube short, you can see that he has hands, you know, that he can land. Oh yeah, it's the right Paul, exactly, you know. Isn't sure it's Paul, checks comments, comment ironically wishing him a good future. Yeah, you know. Oh, hey. This is a pretty good fight. I want to see if there's any more because I swear I saw like a couple of them, you know. Is this? I don't think so because Gypsy Crusader. But then again, Gypsy Crusader's what, like in his early 40s. I feel like I don't know that this is you know, that Paul Miller. Paul Miller is not exactly you know, Paul Miller is not exactly an uncommon name, you know, so it's like, yeah, shit, you know. Yeah, I'm not oh, Gypsy Crusader wants to fight Sam Hyde. I wonder why. You know, that would be a good fight because Sam is not bad, and I would know because, you know, I helped to train him myself. But like Sam is a lot bigger than Gypsy Crusader, and he's a better boxer than Gypsy Crusader. And not just that, but he knows how to use his size to his advantage, and that is what really makes Sam dangerous. What really makes Sam dangerous is the fact that he knows exactly what he needs to do to make use of that size advantage, you know? But anyway, nobody won poll. It hasn't happened yet. We're still in the middle of it. All things are seen, so dealing with Islam best way possible, but I believe that we are finally understanding the Jew also. Kingdom of Jerusalem, i.e. Christian politic only time mid east hand peace. I mean, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, you know. You can't see it. I mean, maybe you can see it a little bit, but I have a cross up right there, which means I'm totally based and trad, bro. I'm totally the bastest and traddest dude. I don't know why it paused. Seems like it froze. If it doesn't unfreeze in a second, I'll go back, but I'll reload. I mean, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like the only true religion is Christianity. Everything else is a lie, a misunderstanding, or some other just like some other thing that is like bad, you know. And I don't hate anybody. If you are a Buddhist, if you're a Muslim, if you're Jewish, I mean, hey, that's none of my business. That's you and your eternal soul. And I'm sure you probably feel a similar way about me. And if not, you probably should. You probably should. If you're not that invested in your spiritual belief system, it's not actually a spiritual belief system. If it's not a matter of fact that this is the way things are, then you don't truly believe in that system. This isn't like what kind of pizza is the best. This is what happens when we die and how we're supposed to live now to ensure that we get to reunite with whatever version of God we believe in, right? Not that there's more than one version, of course. You get what I mean. And as a Christian, yeah, like I'm not gonna give Jews the business. I'm not gonna give Muslims the business or anything like that. But if you ask me, yes, they're incorrect. Jerusalem and just the Holy Land. The Holy Land belongs to Christ and his flock. That is the bottom line. There's nothing else to it. There's no argument to be had. There is no justifying it. It belongs to Christ and his flock. That is that. Fuck off if you have any other opinion, you know? A lot of people today, and you don't see this as much from Muslims and Jews, it's especially like Christians. A lot of people today, they think that you're just supposed to like be a Christian but not be a Christian, you know? Um you're like you're like a social drinker. Like you might tell someone, "Oh yeah, you know," or like a social smoker, right? Like you only smoke cigarettes when you get drunk or you only smoke cigarettes when you're at a party. So you tell people, "Well, you know, I'm not a cigarette smoker," but then you go smoke cigarettes at a party. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh boy. That was Netanyahu sending those sneezes to my nostrils right then and there. He was like, you so you think so, huh? So you think so, huh? No, but jokes aside, people think Christianity stops when it becomes socially inconvenient to be a Christian, and that's not the way it is. If anything, it's supposed to get bigger. It's supposed to get louder, you know? And I don't mean louder like protesting a burial for like a soldier because the army lets gays in now. That's not what I mean. What I mean is your resistance to whatever it is needs to be more stringent. It needs to be more hardline, you know? You need to harden your heart against those things that are anti-Christian, anti-Christ even. All right, so we missed this fight, which I'm totally cool with because I could give two shits if I'm being honest with you. But anyway, be Christian and get raped seems to be the idea in Europe. Exactly, you know? Be Christian, but don't ever tell anybody. Don't ever worship Christ. Fucking do it in the house. Literally, the way that we used to talk about gays, right? The way that like someone in the 1950s or 60s or 70s talked about gays, where like that was the progressive standpoint, was to be like, hey, I don't care if they're gay, just don't bring it around me and my kids. That's how people talk about Christianity now. And that's how like that's how we need to be talking about homosexuality if we're being honest here. I don't mind if you're gay. That doesn't matter to me. Don't be trying to get my kid alone though. Stay away from my child like that. I'm not saying you can't be polite and kind and try and be a good role model and you can have a friendly thing going on with my son or my daughter, but no, there's no reason for you to be talking to him. There's no reason for you to be like, "Hey, so you know, you want to hang out? Haha, yeah, you know, I can be like a big bro to you." Like none of that, you know? Like I don't want like keep it in the bedroom. Keep it in the fucking bedroom. And when it comes to Christianity, no, I'm not going to keep it in the bedroom. I'm going to bring it with me wherever I go. I might not constantly be like, Christ is king every building I walk into. You know, I might not be like that. But if you ask me, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm a Christian. I live my life based off of a set of principles that Christ laid down so that we could follow them. And we're all sinners. And I'm not going to allow somebody to aggressively sin against me or Christ for that matter, especially not Christ, you know? And that's the level that you need to take it to when you are a Christian, you know? I advise against being an annoying fucking asshole about it. I advise against being an uncompromising retard. You should not be that way. You should not be the kind of guy who goes to a bar and tries to talk to people about God. And I mean, like, you're sitting down at the bar having your beer and someone's like, dude, fucking, I don't know what's one of the 7 deadly sins. I'm doing a bad job with this example now, but like, don't be the guy who can't go to a bar without talking about that political or religious or social thing. You know, don't be the guy who goes to the bar and is like making people uncomfortable because you can't stop talking about how the Jews run the world. Oh, you like don't be that guy. All right, whether anything you're saying is true or not, that's not the way to get somebody to live the way that you want to live. You need to be an example that they want to follow, is the way that it works. And what I'm saying is you need to be that example that inspires somebody else. When I say more hardline or get louder or something like that, that's specifically what I mean. That's specifically what I mean, you know? Pride. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a good one, you know? That's a good one. School is so pro LGBT. School is pro LGBT though. Well, if you can get your kids out of public school, get them out of public school. You know, there's options. There's options. You know, people are doing homeschool co-ops now, where it's like one person in the community basically becomes the school teacher for like 5 to 10 kids, and that is like a great fucking thing. That's beautiful. That's exactly the type of shit you need to do. You know, if you have that community, if you have the ability to do that, go for it. 1,000,000%. You know, there's charter schools as well. I figured out the way charter schools work is a community gets together and says, we want to set up a school for our kids. The government has to pay for it. Charter schools, people need to look into those, and people need to start those, because they will siphon money from the commie public schools. And instead of that money being used for gay race theory, pedophilia bullshit, instead of it being used for like white people bad bullshit, you can take resources away from the public school, which would do that kind of thing, and you can put it into a school that you can actually have your kid learn real shit. That is beautiful. God bless America. The fact that we could fucking do that. You know, I don't know of anywhere else that you're able to do that. Maybe Canada. Any Canadians? There was a Canadian in the chat. I forget who it was. Can you do that in Canada? I'm curious. You know. Yeah, probably about an hour till Gypsy's fight. You know, the school system is run by Mason vampires who teach kids. Exactly. You know, 100%. I got out just in time. I graduated in 2013, and I feel like it only took a year or two after that graduation for everything to explode. Everything was weird before that point. I was abused by the school system, as were many other, specifically boys, but people in general. And it was not a good experience. It was really, really shitty. However, I did not get the worst of it. I feel like 2014, 15, 16, that's when it's like boom. The powder keg erupted, you know? And we ended up where we are now, where you have teachers who they have side cuts, and they're taking down the American flag to put up the pride flag type shit, you know? Things are so hard in Canada, man, bro. Honestly, things are hard in America. Things are really hard in America. I could not imagine Canada, bro. Like, you got to find a way to get down to the United States, dude. Like, really, you got to find a way to immigrate here and go to a state. Don't go to Texas. The reason I say don't go to Texas is because the Californians are taking over Texas. Go to a place that nobody fucking lives. Go to Wyoming. Go to Montana. Go to places like that is where you want to go. Because no matter how much Californians can't fucking stand how California has gotten so shit, there is no way they're going to go to Nebraska. You know? They're not going to go to Iowa or I mean, maybe Ohio, you know. Go to a flyover state. You know, you go to Missouri, right? I play AoE with Taylor from PKA. We've been playing Arc Raiders though. We've been playing Arc Raiders lately, and I play with his like IRL friends. Like you know, Taylor was nice enough when I first started playing video games with him. He was like, "Yeah, I got a group of dudes I play with, and it's just all guys that he knew from high school." So I even when Taylor's not playing, I'm playing with those guys a lot of the time. And I'm really grateful for that. You know, shout out to those dudes and shout out to Taylor. But like they tell me about Missouri, and they're like, yeah, you know, you got St. Louis area, you're gonna have some people who are kind of fucked up like that, but like overall, it's like night and day the difference between like somewhere like Massachusetts, where I'm from, and Missouri, you know, Missouri, and it's like go somewhere like that is what you got to do, you know. Didn't expect a PKA shout out. Yeah, Mr. Plum Diesel. I don't know if you're just here for the brand risk thing or not, but I've been on PKA a few times. You know, I'm buddies with Taylor, you know. I was on because I was on Fish Tank Live, which was a Sam Hyde and Jet Neptune project. It's actually season 5 of Fish Tank Live is going to be starting tomorrow, so you guys should check that out. It's a fishtank.live. You know, it's a good show. I hope it goes well for them. I was involved in the first like I'd say 2.5 seasons, you know, and it was a fun time, you know, but yeah. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. I have what looks like 185 viewers right now, which is a shit ton for me. And thank you everybody for being here. Thank you so much everybody for being here. You know, but we skipped that last fight. We got this fight here. I'm curious who's on. Looks like 2 dudes that don't know how to fight, but I guess we'll see, you know. Specifically this dude right here, the blue. There's something about the way he looks. I'm just like, nah, he's got that like that ghetto like good genetics but eats McDonald's and Popeyes every day kind of look to him. You know, that's the kind of look that guy has to him. And that's why I'm like, oh, it looks like 2 guys that can't fight, especially this dude, you know. Let's see here. Brand Riersk. All right, so we have Gabe Silva versus Jose Florentino is what we got. So we got 1, 2, 3. Hey, we're getting closer to that. We're getting closer to that finish line, guys. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to that finish line, you know. We got this and then 2 more fights, and then we finally have Gypsy Crusader. Then we finally have Gypsy Crusader. And then after that will be Blueface versus Chibu, which since we're here already, we'll go ahead and we'll keep an eye on that, you know. Oh man. Gabe Silva is a kickboxer. Is Gabe Silva is that one of Anderson Silva's sons? Baby. Oh, my wife has her earbuds in so she can't hear. Is Gabe Silva a one of yeah, you know what? Gabe Silva is definitely Anderson Silva's son. You can fucking see the resemblance. That would not surprise me one bit. Yeah, but Jose Florentino is like, I don't know about that. You know. I'm curious though. Let's see about Gabe Silva. Baby. Do you know Anderson Silva's sons' names? I know it's like a random question to ask. Is one of them like Gabe? Yeah, I don't know. I think one of Anderson Silva's sons is fighting.
I heard before, but I don't remember.
It's whoa, overhands straight out the gate from Mr. Jose Florentino is what we got. There's a jab to the body. Couple of jabs in. Yeah, no, maybe I was wrong about Gabe Silva, you know. Yes, this is Anderson Silva's son. It is indeed. Okay, so bang bang. Nice hook to an overhand. The hook landed, overhand didn't. Ooh, that was a nice hook from Jose Florentino as well. Gabe Silva looks a little flustered to begin. You know, I think he's got to establish range and timing. Excuse me. You know, Florentino's definitely trying to turn it into a bit of a street fight right now. So, you know, the only Silva worth damn is Frank De Silva. If you know, you know. Oh man. I'm trying to answer when people ask, so y'all know, but I'm trying to not spam at the same time. It's a fine line. Yeah, I mean, look, if people like, oh, was that a liver shot? Did he get hit with yep, oh yeah, that's a liver shot. He's not getting up from that, I don't think. He ain't getting up from that. First time I got hit with a liver shot in the gym, I almost left, and I didn't even get hit full force. Dude just pop, just bang, just touched it. I still remember too. I threw a cross, right? And it was a very telegraphed cross. This was very early on in me being involved in MMA. The dude slipped the cross and just went pop, and the bell rang like I want to say like 3 to 5 seconds after that, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I had to like I thought I was gonna throw up. Oh yeah, yep, yep. It does not take much with those liver shots. It does not take much with those liver shots. You know, really, you just bop. You see, he didn't even dig it. He didn't even fucking dig it. He just popped him. You know, it's like, man, there's fucking something about those things, man. You know, they're 30 in coma, dead on the stretcher. I've been drinking so long, if you hit me in the liver, you're gonna break your hand. Ah, yes. The Irish liver conditioning is what we call that. Oh yeah, St. Patrick's Day is this Tuesday. I usually do a St. Patrick's Day stream on St. Patrick's Day, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do one this year. I'll do one either the day before or the day after. You know, or maybe depending on how things go. Excuse me. Depending on how things go, it might be tomorrow. But I don't have anything like planned. I want to hear if this guy has his dad's accent.
I don't know, man. I just feel like from the last fight, I feel like I won the last fight. I dropped the guy the same way, so I just didn't want to take my chances, man. I just came to smoke, bro. I just
you can hear a little bit of Brazilian. You can hear just a little bit of Brazilian.
Like a week and a half notice, that takes a warrior, though. So I appreciate him for taking the opportunity too.
You did drop your last opponent the same exact way. What the fuck?
So guessing there's no direct time slot. It's just when the fight ends. Can't give a time exactly. And that's what I was gonna say. You know, that's what I was gonna say is like, you know, if I appreciate anybody who pops in for any reason at all, but if you're just popping in to be like, did the Gypsy fight happen yet? When's a Gypsy fight? It's like, I'm not going to answer everyone who fucking like says something like that. Like if I see something in the chat, if someone's like, oh, when's a Gypsy fight? And it's been like a while since I mentioned something, I'll be like, oh, let's check. We got 3 fights until the Gypsy fight. You know, I'll let you know. But like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, when's a Gypsy fight? 3 fights from now. Oh, somebody else. Oh, when's a Gypsy fight? 3 fights from now, you know? Bro, sorry, bro. Gypsy got sneak stabbed, man. It's just how it is. Oof. Bro, I always feel so bad for them when it's small events, their one time to shine and show off, and it's to greasy streamer fans. What are you talking about, Cavalog? I'm curious. Oh, I was laughing at the ring girls in these events are a depressing sight. Yeah, it really is, you know. Yeah, it really is, you know. Then again, I don't know, you know, maybe it's good exposure for them. You know, I don't know how a lot of this shit works. Beats me how a lot of this shit works. So it's like, all right, well, you know how it goes. So we have 2 is fucking SupaHotFire. Sorry, one moment. I am just oh shit, I got a lot more viewers than I even realized. I got 326. Shit. Hello everyone. Hope you're doing well tonight. That is well there. Well. But yeah. That was such a nice liver shot. I love the hell out of that, you know. There are no queers in Palestine, you muppet. What did somebody say? Queers for Palestine or something like that? I wish an event like this existed for my era of YouTube. Shane Dawson versus Onision would have been legendary, bro. That would have been insane. You like, they should do that now. Aren't they both kind of washed? Aren't they both kind of washed? Like, they should do that now, you know? It's like, fuck. I was there's so many guys that should do fights, you know. I was disappointed that, and not saying Froggy Fresh is washed. I'm not saying Froggy Fresh is washed. I just want to make that clear, you know. I appreciate Tyler for putting me on in the way that he did. But like it was sad to see Froggy Fresh, Tyler Cassidy, not get to fight. It was sad to see the quartering not get to fight. These are people that I got to help train through Sam Hyde, you know? There was like another fight or two that fell through that I was like excited to see, and that they didn't happen, and I was like, oh man, you know?
I ain't gonna lie. All right, can we expect to see you back on Brand Risk?
Not that I support him, but I feel like Onision would have hands. He might have hands in the way that those emo dudes sometimes had hands, where it's like sometimes the whoa, I'm so sad, nobody understands me, turns into like anger. So he might have like a he might have an adrenaline rush, that anger adrenaline, you know.
For the bag? Are you fucking stupid?
Onision definitely got hands. You can't have a harem of Reddit women unless you keep them down. Yes.
No, exactly. You gonna leave me hanging? No, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
No, we gotta see you actually fight Ray.
Can someone tell me what time the fight is planned for? I don't know what time the fight's planned for. We got 2 more fights until Gypsy Crusader, though. So, you know, there's that. There's that one. There's that one.
You want some to drink?
Yeah, for sure.
He said yeah. Okay.
I also got meatballs.
Versus Minicon. I think we should have the AP rematch versus Gabe. But they should meet more in the middle for the weight. Because AP had a
Meatball, spaghetti underneath, ravioli, Great Barrier Reef.
That's a lot of weight.
And then, guys, sorry, we have a few more bouts left. We have AP the Fighter versus Minicon, Christina versus Janaya. Then it's Gypsy.
Oh yeah.
Versus SupaHotFire.
Oh yeah. One of the fights is a girl fight.
I want to get started already with bout number 8, fight number 8. Let's go. Here we go.
Blue corner, Malcolm Minicon.
I got somebody who wants to fight you, Charleston.
Who?
Pee-wee.
Yeah.
You'll fight Pee-wee?
Who is Pee-wee?
He's YSL.
Yeah.
You'll fight him. You'll fight Pee-wee. Pee-wee Roscoe.
He didn't even hesitate.
Wait a minute. You'll fight Pee-wee Roscoe.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All this just for
Pee-wee Roscoe.
what the fuck? Oh yeah, shit. They're playing music. I gotta mute that. Sorry. All this just for the fights to last less than 2 minutes. Yeah, them shits are. Yeah, I actually, all things considered, I'm happy that the fights are lasting 2 minutes because, like I said, we're not here because we're like, oh, dude, I want to see fucking Minicon, dude, I want to see those chicks fight, dude. That's what I'm here for. Like that's not what we're here for. We're here to see Gypsy Crusader fight fucking SupaHotFire. You know, so it's like, yeah, I'm kind of happy those things are going on the quick side. I'd rather them go on the quick side for sure, you know. 10 likes to 100. Yes, I would appreciate if anybody who is here could drop a like on this stream. Also, I'd appreciate a subscription as well if you could subscribe. I try to make sure I stream a few times a week, including for UFC fights when I feel that the card is worth it. There's you know, whenever there's some good names on a card, I'll be like, fuck it, we'll stream for those. Unfortunately, I can't show them on screen because obviously I can't. You know, copyright claims and copyright strikes and stuff like that. However, you know, it's an expert opinion type of deal is what you're getting here. And then also I will do street fight tips. I will analyze street fights in long form, and I will tell you everything that went right, everything that went wrong, good ideas for the situation, you know, bad ideas for the situation. I have quite a few of those that I've done, including like ones within the last couple of months. You should check those out as well. I would appreciate if anybody could, would leave a like and also subscribe. Like I said, that 150K wife makes as a housewife. Oh, that 150K a wife makes as a housewife every year, according to the old propaganda, can start actually being real through homeschooling. Parents don't love their public school kids, in my honest opinion. Yeah, they really don't, you know? If you're going to send your kid to public school, you need your lawyer on speed dial, is the truth of the matter. If you are going to have kids in public school, you need to bully the teachers. And it's real easy to do that because a lot of teachers were fucking nerds who were used to getting bullied in the first place. So you could walk right in there and you could dunk their heads in the toilet and flush. You could shove them in lockers and they're not going to be able to do anything about it, you know? No, but like jokes aside, you really do have to like legally bully the teachers and the principal. For instance, I had medical issues that kept me out of school for like several months. And they basically were just like, that sucks. Here's a ton of makeup work. And if you don't get the makeup work done, in addition to the work that you're still getting when you come back, you're not going to be able to play sports and you're not going to be able to graduate on time. And luckily, I did just enough to be able to play sports and graduate on time. But boy, was it dog shit. My parents should have hired a lawyer, given them like $100-200 to write a letter that sounds scary, and then deliver it to the school. And the school would have fucked off. And I know this because that happened with a friend of mine. He skipped his entire sophomore year. Not because, medical issues or mental issues or anything like that. No, he was just kind of shitty. I love the kid, right? I haven't seen him in years. I still love him, though. He was just kind of like a fucked up, like, dude, if I'm being honest with you. And he just decided, nah, I ain't going to school no more. He didn't drop out. The absences were not excused. He just said, nah, I ain't going. His parents hired a lawyer to fight a legal battle with the school system. He ended up graduating on time. He went to a community college for a semester or two, and then he transferred to UMass Amherst where he studied law. After he was like, school, fuck school, and he just sat around all day every day smoking weed. Like, you cannot assume that it's a set and forget process, your child in the school system. In some cases it might be, but in most cases it's not going to be, because the public school system is only made for an extremely specific kind of person to be able to work through, you know? A lot of it's women, right? The public school system really benefits women in the modern day. But, you know, even that aside, only certain people are going to succeed in that environment. And when everybody else does not succeed the way that they should, they're going to get blamed for it, even though it's not their fault. So you absolutely positively need to hire a lawyer. And every time fucking anything happens, your kid stubs their toe trying to get into class, your kid sneezes, somebody is like a little bit rude to your child, someone fucking gives them a look like that, you call that lawyer up. Hey, we got a problem. We got a fucking problem. And you make them like fucking deal with that, you know? And I promise you, your kid will have a much easier time everywhere in the academic world in the public school system. Everywhere, in every way. They're going to go out of their way to not ruin him. Because that's what happens with a lot of people, is teachers and other faculty go out of their way to ruin children that are not perfectly suited for the school environment. And that comes in the form of recommending that your kid gets tested for ADHD. It comes in the form of ignoring bullies and stuff like that. That's what it comes in the form of, you know? So just keep that in mind. When you have kids, get a lawyer. Get a fucking lawyer, okay? Specifically when they're between the ages of 5 and 18. Get a fucking lawyer. Be real good friends with that guy. Keep him on speed dial. When you go into your phone contacts, your lawyer should be saved under A1 and then the lawyer's name so that he's right at the top of your contact list. Do it. I'm telling you. That's what I'm going to do. I shit you not. I'm going to bully the fuck If my kids have to go to public school, I'm going to bully the fuck out of those loser ass teachers. I promise you. I promise you. Anytime they hear my name, they're gonna shudder. They're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, that guy. Oh fuck. Oh shit. No, you do whatever you want, Scott Jr. Do whatever you want. It's cool. You know." Lawyers, guns, and money. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Anyway, any sacrifice is worth homeschooling. I agree. You know, so we have AP the Fighter versus Minicon. I remember Minicon being on Misfits, and he was not that good. It seems like he's probably improved a little bit, but he has not improved nearly as much. This dude looks a lot more dexterous. He just looks a lot more natural, a lot more comfortable. You know, I'm not saying he's like that much better, but you know, he like even there, when somebody gets in close on you to frame with your left hand and your forearm and to push off and circle. That's a move that a lot of people who don't already like know how to do that, they wouldn't think to do that, let alone know how. Oh, excuse me. The issue with growing up is your friends become teachers and you realize how fucked everything is. Oh yeah, you know, and that's why boomers have such a like positive view of a lot of different people that are really scum. You know, like I'm not an anti-cop guy. I know plenty of cops that are good guys, but the reason why boomers are the last people to talk shit about like bad police officers is because they know tons of police officers that they went to school with, right? You're living in a town, you're like 45, you're 52, you're 60. And not only is it getting harder for you to protect yourself and your family, but you also know dudes on the force you used to drink with them back when you were 16. Like, yeah, you're going to be like, no, actually, these cops are good. The cops in this town are the good guys. They never do anything bad. Ooh, Minicon. Catching them like Randy Moss. Ooh. There's a nice right hook. It looks like it may have landed, but it may have been deflected given how he reacted. You know, you saw the head snap, but yeah, Minicon just looks like he's a little bit out of his depth right now, you know. But anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, like that's why boomers are so pro cop, is because they know the cops. They fucking know the cops, you know? And that's why they're so pro teachers, because a lot of the time they know the teacher. I grew up in a town that my mom grew up in. So I was a second generation like guy in this town, technically a third generation, because you know, my mom didn't grow up by herself. She grew up with her parents, you know, except her parents moved here when she was like 1 or 2 years old. And I remember going to the high school. Ooh, what happened there? It looked like Minicon got hit and then he flopped. We're just ignoring this fight right now. We're not even fucking paying attention to it. But like I remember going to the school. Oh, and they waved it off. That is that. So I believe we have one more fight until the Gypsy Crusader fight, for those that are wondering. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like, and it's the same thing with teachers, where like like me, I know people who are teachers at my old middle and high school now. You know, like I'm just old enough as to where I could name like a couple of them, right? Obviously I wouldn't, right? But you understand what I'm saying? Like, not only that, but like I said, I was a third generation guy in my hometown. So I was going to the high school, and not only is it like some friends of my mom, people who know my mom, but there's also teachers who like they were just getting started in their careers when my mom was in high school, and they stayed at that school for their entire career. So they knew my mom and they remember my mom type shit, you know? And my mom thought this one teacher was like the fucking greatest. She was the best. The teacher was a stupid bitch. She sucked ass. Everybody hated her because she was just pointlessly flipping on people for like all the fucking time. And I stood up to her one day, not to be like one of those I'm the man kinds of things. I talked shit to an old lady. I'm the fucking man, like, you know. But like I stood up to her one day, and when my mom figured that out, she was like, "Why'd you do that? She's nice." It's like, no, she treated us like shit, and I got tired of it. I got so tired of it, I fucking talked back to her, you know? and fucking like that's what it is with boomers, is they you know, because they have something, because they have things, you know, it's real easy for you to have a house, a car that is like decent, no student debt. It's easy for you, it's real easy for you to have a nice life and be like, nah, the world is nice. It's like, nah, the world is not nice. Your life is just nice. That's really what it is. The world fucking sucks. And all these people that you don't constantly have to deal with because you have a nice life, so you don't have to deal with like a cop when he's being a shithead. And even if you did, it's your friend, so he's gonna go easier on you. Like, of course you're gonna be like, oh no, what, no, but the school is nice, that teacher's nice, the cops are nice. What's your problem, huh? You know, it's disgusting. Are these guys stoned or something? Bro, there could be. You know, that look on Minicon's face, that doesn't just look like a tired look. Women teachers get away with putting kids down more than any other demographic. Oh yeah, 100%. They get away with everything all the fucking time. They get away with fucking molesting kids. Like it's bonkers. It's fucking Looney Tunes. It's that Wile E. Coyote shit. So yeah, we have a good old fashioned hoe fight, and then we got Gypsy Crusader versus SupaHotFire for the Master Race Fighting Championships. Who the fuck is this chick? Oh yeah, that's a bitch from earlier.
Can you stop being weird, bro?
Don't do nephew like that, man.
All right,
I think he did, though.
We got next. We got two.
Wait, hold on, bro. Why are we being weird?
No, I'm trying to.
Selena, how you doing?
Hi, babe.
Hey, Selena, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's good to hear.
So I want to ask you both a question.
Of course.
Well, are you dating Charleston now, or are you still stuck on Neon a little bit?
What are you
I'm
talking
kind of
about,
like in the middle.
You're in the middle?
Oh,
Me and Selena are just friends.
Oh, you are?
Yes, bro.
No,
Okay.
I feel. No, I see the
Is there
energy right
tension?
there.
Yeah.
It's tension.
Yeah.
Man, Neon sure is Neon sure is dropping the ball here.
Hey, he got a little dick, don't he? He got a little dick. That's what happens. And he comes fast.
I plead the fifth.
Fucking rampage, bro. Fucking rampage. Holy shit.
Because we're just
I taught you
A
good.
quick hoedown. Now's a good time to do literally anything else before the fall match. Fill your drinks now, boys. Exactly. You know, time for a quick smoke break.
He's so happy she didn't tell.
Thankful we breezed past the last couple of fights. Oh yeah, me too. Me too for sure. You know, who you got in the Paul fight? Paul and then some. You know.
Hey,
Let's not act like you want
Sorry,
to
just
see my. You want to see my DM?
show me.
Let me see.
Show me.
Wait, actually?
You're so-
Hey, she's
No.
good. I don't slide in girls' DMs.
Rampage, don't act.
I don't do it. I don't do it. That's one thing I don't do.
Don't lie on it, baby.
Yeah, I don't do it.
Yeah,
I don't
don't
do it.
Fucking
She's good,
rampage.
though.
Okay.
They ain't finna
Rampage is funny as shit. You can say what you want about him. He's just fun to see on camera.
And that's
You know.
it for Banner's number 13. Let's get on with the woman fight. That's why I brought Selena here. Christina Santa versus Janiyah Berry. Janiyah is Julian Newman's girlfriend who has been putting months in at the gym. She's a 4X, and I think this fight's gonna be a lot closer than it
A
seems.
4X.
I'm glad to have this couple together.
Is that her waist size?
Don't drink, don't smoke. She's been training for the last
Same with Janiyah,
2-3 years.
and I like Christina. But
Bro,
don't
some
count
Taco
Janiyah
Bell
out.
would slap right
Oh,
now.
I'm
Not gonna
telling
lie.
you.
Yeah.
All right, she could fight. Oh, let's go to Ben.
Let me know when we live.
Go to Ben. Ben to Dawn.
I do
Alright,
love
is we
Taco
back,
Bell.
chat?
I do love Taco Bell.
Can you take your motherfucking hood off?
Just ate some homemade salmon with brown rice and green beans. Damn, bro, you're putting me to shame. You're putting me to fucking shame. I just mowed down on a small pizza and now I'm eating 2 meatballs,
Okay, so who's you most excited to see fight
all
tonight?
free. Oh man,
Even though you missed half of them bitches.
lucky motherfucker. Did enough prison time to know cops aren't usually the good guys. Exactly. You know, like. As again somebody who isn't overtly anti-cop, I never supported BLM. BLM was always a scam, and even if they weren't a scam, they hated white people, and I'm white. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna support BLM. They can fuck themselves. I don't care about them. I don't care about the black community like that. That what they want to do is their business. Leave me out of it and don't break my fucking shit over it. You know. But like with that said, I don't support the cops like as a blanket statement either. You know, I am always going to be skeptical. I am always going to be skeptical of power. You know, of authority. Anybody who has authority or claims to have authority over me, I'm going to be skeptical of them, and I'm always going to assume that they are using that authority for bad means, for things that they're not supposed to be using it for, you know? Whether it's like for personal gain, political gain, or if it's just like they don't like your face and they decided they were going to try and like fuck you over in some way, you know? So even though like I know cops in my hometown, I wouldn't ever wish anything bad on them. I wouldn't wish anything bad on cops in general, but like also don't act like we're pals either. You know, don't fucking act like this is something where like you know, I'm supposed to back the blue and you're my friend. You would kill me. You would kill me if you felt like it, you know? No more than 15 minutes until Gypsy. One more match. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Skinheads invented ACAB, but fuck BLM or them crying about cops. Oh, yeah, you know. I know it's ACAB, by the way. I always read it as ACAB in my mind, you know. Yeah. It's funny, like, you don't realize how much shit skinheads created when it comes to like, you know, a lot of different things with like punk rock and other different like rock and roll genres and things that even like BLM would steal and stuff like that. It's funny how skinheads kind of created those things, you know. And a lot of people don't realize skinheads aren't like inherently racist just cuz, you know. You have racialist skinheads, don't get me wrong. You know, you definitely do. But you know, there's like skinheads are interesting to me because they're a very misunderstood subculture. You know, I actually did an interview with a former Hammerskin on my Patreon, and I think I was planning on releasing that to my channel because my Patreon's all out of whack. If anybody here from my Patreon is still paying, you should definitely withdraw your patronage, by the way. I have not uploaded there in months, and I don't have plans for that. Thank you for waiting. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon, though. So, like, by all means, you know? But, like, yeah, like, I'm probably going to release that on my channel soon because it's behind the paywall, and I figure, fuck it, I might as well just do that, you know. And I think it'll be cool because there's a lot of things that he talks about that a lot of people wouldn't realize, and there's a lot of like street history, I guess you could call it, that I find interesting. I find street history type shit to be interesting. Like every now and again, I'll binge. Like sometimes I binge North Korea videos. That's what I'm into right now. I binge a lot of North Korea videos talking about North Korea. Every now and again though, I go on like street history binges where it's like I want to hear about the history of the Crips. So I'm like, fuck it, let's go for it. You know, I want to hear about I want to hear about like, hey, what's this King Von guy all about? Why don't I check him out? Why don't I see what this guy's got going on, you know? And then I hear the whole history of like what happened with King Von type shit. That stuff's fun. And, you know, skinheads are actually a very underexplored aspect of that whole, like, street history kind of deal, you know? Juice it up. Hell yeah. When is the Gypsy fight? After this next fight. Oh, man. Hail Ulster, hail the Red Hand. Chuck Yar La, false freedom exposed. This is Fenians only. Fenians only. Fucking loyalist prods out. Chuck Yar La, La Feuchtenach Abu. Clan O'Shulavon. Scott should start saying type shit more often. Hell yeah. Just end every sentence with type shit. Oh, Hell yeah, only Fenians. Only Fenians. That'd be I'm gonna make only Fenians, and I'm gonna get what's her face? Justa Minx. I'm gonna get Justa Minx on there. Dude, I fucking I think like a month ago, Justa Minx, one of her pets died, and I saw that on Twitter, and I was like, oh man, that sucks. And I inboxed her, I DM'd her. I was like, hey, sorry about your dog. And I remembered that there was that love letter that somebody paid me to write to her when I was doing, I think it was the Brandon Buckingham charity stream. Donation stream. For when Brandon was or maybe it was before that, but I was doing a donation drive stream so that I could give the money to somebody. It was either for the PS4 guy or it was for Brandon Buckingham, but I send that to Justa Minx saying, "Oh hey, like sorry about your dog." And I just remember like seeing the fucking like right here. Right? Oh man, and she saw it too. Look. Just this unhinged, this fucking completely unhinged, like 5-paragraph essay that somebody paid me to write to her, being like, dearest Minx, or as I've been calling you for a very long time now, beautiful. I've watched you from afar for some time now on this platform we used to call Twitter, but now call X. X marks the spot on the treasure map to my heart, and I am waiting for you to come with your shovel and dig me out. And like, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. I never explained to her what that is. I don't typically, the women I send these to, they typically ignore me, so I don't have to explain myself. I don't know what I would do if she was like, what the fuck was that? Do I explain to her, look, I was paid to do that. It was for a donation drive. I was giving the money to somebody else. You know, like is she still follows me, so I guess that's a good sign. But it's like, how do you explain that? How do you explain that? I don't think you do. You know. But yeah, either of these bitches would have killed every dude I've seen on this show so far. Nah, fuck no. Fuck no. I mean, they're going at each other, but they're not, you know, they don't know how to actually really, you know, they don't actually really know what they're doing here. I guess I should turn the thing back up. Bro, you good at commentary and streaming? Keep it up. I appreciate that. You know, I've been doing it for a few years now, so you know, it's kind of natural to me at this point. Yo, like, I would love to blow up one day. I would love to blow up and be able to make this into a thing that I do for, like, you know, good money or something like that, whether it was a full-time or a part-time thing. For now, I'm just having fun with it. That's all I want to do, is just have fun. I use this to blow off steam. You know, I try to make sure I do it a couple of days out of the week. And, you know, I got a group of like 150 to 200 people that'll watch my stuff, not concurrently, but totally, you know, and I appreciate all those people. I also appreciate everybody who's here today. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I have a good time with this. You know, it's fun, and I want to keep having fun, and hopefully that fun will lead me to something good. Will it? Probably not, but you know, one can dream. One can dream, you know. Has there been any interesting fights so far? There's been a couple of okay ones. There's been a couple of okay ones, you know. Ooh, that was jab to a hook. I'll give her that. That was a nice one on Christina, you know. And then there's Janaya Berry, who looks like reasonably proficient, but not that good, you know. She's at least got a jab coming, which is good, you know. Can I jump in? The fucking bitch on the right. It's like, oof. Oof. He's better than the promoters. I know it's not much, but it's something. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like the only person there that knows anything about boxing is Rampage Jackson, and he's not going to be the guy who wants to keep talking boxing when the other 4 people at the table are not boxing people, and they just want to see like a brawl. You know, he keeps his mouth shut because he knows if he starts talking about like the ins and outs of boxing and like what all of them need to do to win or what they need to do better or worse or whatever, you know, if he starts doing that, everyone else is going to be like, oh yeah, yeah, oh wow, cool. You know, he's going to kill the vibe. It's unfortunate, you know. He's just there for the money, exactly. Fucking A. Janaya. I mean, Janaya's output is not really slowing down, though, is the issue. I think it just looks bad. I mean, I think Christina is definitely winning right now. And yeah, you know what? Now that I'm looking at her, after that last couple of seconds, I would say Janaya is pretty tired. But her output is still good. She's throwing when she needs to. It just looks a lot worse than it is for her because it's when there's a messy brawl going on, sometimes things look a lot worse than they actually are, you know? You'll see someone throw a punch, and it'll land, like, here or something like that. And because of the angle you're at, you won't be able to tell if it landed here or if it smacked them right upside the head. And because of that, you think they got hit, but they didn't, you know? Especially when it's a situation where, like, people like that, she couldn't keep her footing completely. She's getting moved around the ring, so even though she's not actually getting hit, like, look at how many of these are actually landing. One of those punches landed. Even though she's not really landing, right? Even though she's not really landing, it's funny. They keep showing the close up of the ass, and I just keep thinking, yo, my wife's is better.
Yeah, this is great. I like
It's just funny. Fucking, it's like they're in Miami. They could have got better women. I feel like. I'm just saying, you know. But anyway, yeah, like a lot of this is just the chaos of a firefight is really what it is. Nobody's really getting hit. Nobody's really getting hurt. What looks like somebody getting hit and they're hurt is really just them getting moved around the ring because that's what happens when an appendage flies at you. And then, you see, that was a nice cross on her part, and that was a nice jab on her part, you know? And they're both tired, you know? Naturally, they're both tired, you know? Coming up soon, you at least caught a couple of she boxers. The dudes so far have been lame as fuck. Yeah, a lot of the guys have sucked. Some of them have been good, though. Some of them have been good. I really do think that Deshaun guy, I keep forgetting what his last name was. That Deshaun guy definitely deserved the win there, you know. There's a jab from Christina. You know, Janaya working her way in. Some dirty boxing there from both of them. That's fucking shit, bro. Those were a couple of good jabs from Christina, but that's another good cross from Janaya. You know, I'll say one thing: they're standing in front of each other and they're letting each other have it. No, I'll give them that. I'll give them that. You know, that takes some lady balls. You know, we have round 3 right now in this fight, and as far as I know, it could be anybody's fight because it's been pretty close this entire time. I do think Christina took the second round. I'm not sure who took this third round. I feel like that could go either way. And truthfully, I don't think I paid enough attention to the first round, if I'm just being honest here. So, you know, Scott, you got to get a scally cap on for St. Patrick's stream, even if you don't get drunk. Yeah. I gotta get a scally cap. I gotta dress up in the plastic patty. I was born in Ohio. Look, like I'm gonna see if I can find something here. Yeah, you know what? Hold up one sec. I'll show you. You see, like, as somebody who is American of Irish descent, and I am I'm a mutt. So I'm a bunch of different things. I'm Irish, Italian, French Canadian, which is just French. You're just French if you're French Canadian. But you know, my French ancestry came to Canada and then migrated south. Swedish. I'm a bunch of different things, but obviously I'm very Irish, and that's the legacy that I carry as a Sullivan. So Irish ancestry has become very important to me, and Irish heritage and Irish culture. And if there's one thing I never want to be, if there's one thing I never want to be, it is it is this kind of guy. 2026 wearing and like I'm sure this guy's a nice guy. I'm sure this guy's a really nice guy, okay? Excuse me. But like these pants, the long stockings, suspenders, maybe even like one of those like old-fashioned scallies, you know? I never want to be that guy. This is like an Irish weeaboo. It's like an Erinaboo, an Iraboo, Araboo. Yeah, Araboo. You know, it's like holy oh man, I never want to be that guy. You know, I learned a little bit of the language. I'm continuing to learn the language. I've learned a little bit about the cooking. You know, I've made boxty. You know, I found a place where I can get actual like Irish back bacon. You know, I'm gonna be cooking some of that up on St. Patrick's Day. You know, I'm trying to learn more and more about the culture and the history, and it's like if I ever turn into this guy, push me off of a high place. If I ever turn into the guy who wears these pants, these stockings, suspenders, and like he isn't even going all the way. You have some dudes, they wear like the dress shirt and the overcoat type deal. Or not even overcoat, like a vest, you know? Like they're trying to be in Peaky Blinders is basically what they do. They dress like they want to be in Peaky Blinders is the way that they fucking dress. And it's like, ugh, fuck, you know? Just never go to Ireland saying you're Irish. They'll say, mate, you're a Yankee. Well, yeah, you know, I know that one. Fuck him. You know. I will always be an American. You know, I'm never going to be Irish. But I am an Irish American. I am an American of Irish descent. You know, we missed the winner here. You know, I'm wondering who they said won.
Nah, I was sparring, boys. I was sparring girls. Number 5 in the world, girl. Shout out Victoria, her sisters. Shout out all the girls who was sparring me, Mickey. Shout out all the boys that was sparring me.
All right. This is what I'm gonna ask you, cause your ass will go all fucking day. Who do you want to fight next on Brand Reese?
I want them to get Krishana Rock out here.
Krishana Rock?
Yeah, just because she's an athlete too.
All the good Irish went to America. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fucking what was I gonna say? Yeah, but like, all right, I better I don't want to miss too much here.
About this next fight. This is the most hyped fight of the night, besides Blueface.
Yeah, I are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh, okay.
You told Gypsy Crusader
I want to listen in as much as I can, so I'll say this quick. I traced my lineage back to Limerick, you know, southern Limerick, and I like when I go to Ireland at some point, I would love to be able to go there and see the area that my great-great-grandfather grew up in for the first like 10 or 11 years of his life before he came to America. He came to America in the 1850s during the potato famine, or if not during, then like after the potato famine, and they were just like, yo, we got to get the fuck out of here. I think he was like born, and then a year or two later, the famine started. And he joined up in a regiment in the Union Army for the American Civil War. He fought with Paul Revere's grandson. He fought with Paul Revere's grandsons. There were two of them in that regiment. He fought with Thomas Paine's grandson. He fought with Oliver Wendell Holmes, who would become what's it called? Supreme Court judge. Excuse me, a Supreme Court judge is what he what he would become. You know, there was a lot of guys in that regiment. It was a famous regiment. You know.
I mean, look, bro, this is teach some new lingo. This not the streets. We want to hear the bullshit. We want to laugh. We want to give bro something to clip.
Scott, your mother makes trash potatoes. Of course she does. She's Italian.
I'm just saying,
I'm multi-streaming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey,
oh, that's right. He is multi.
It's okay. You know
sorry,
what?
Yeah,
He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it.
I have a very stereotypically Irish last name. Started tracing my heritage back. It got way too English. Had to stop it there. You were like, ooh, nah, I don't like that one. You know, fucking. You have a last name like O'Houlihan.
I got super hot.
Fucking.
The South.
What does that mean?
Gypsy.
The South, Gypsy. Oh yeah.
There's a lot of people hate watching this fight.
Yeah, I'm riding with the South.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, like the Sullivan lineage is like you know, I take a lot of pride in that because we descended from kings. Like, there was some political bullshit that occurred where somebody died and up next was supposed to be one of my ancestors, but he was too young to rule as per the law at the time, and because of that, another lineage took over. You know, it was actually the McCarthys. You know, the O'Sullivans, the McCarthys, the McCrohans, right? Like they're all related. They're all like very distant cousins. Man, SupaHotFire is looking old. I do not like that. I do not like that shit. Where's his glasses, jacket, shirt, man? Where's his glasses, jacket, shirt?
Let's let the walkout happen.
Where's it at, dude? Where's it at? Anyway,
He's ready to go.
but anyway,
Super Hot is ready.
what was I gonna say? Yeah, you know, like
Super hot is entertainer, bro.
the O'Sullivans are Irish. They're not Anglo-Irish. They're not Scots-Irish. They're not like Vikings. You know, they're not Norse-Irish. You know, like McGregor is Norse-Irish. You know, that's a Viking Irish name. You know.
Crusader.
Please, bro, stop talking. No. Go watch it somewhere else, you fucking idiot. Oh yeah, hold on. I actually got to mute this because it's got the music playing. Excuse me, you know. $1 sweet tea from McDonald's. He's been drinking that. A lot of that. Hell yeah. I honestly feel a little bad for Super Hot. This is not going to go well for him. It's definitely not. I love that there's like 2 or 3 people that are like, dude, stop talking. It's like, if you ever want to see the difference between high and low IQ, right? Like, pay attention to the people who go into a chat where it's very clear that it's a reaction stream and somebody's going to be talking over it, because that's what you're supposed to do in a reaction stream, is you're supposed to talk over it. And someone's like, dude, stop fucking talking. It's like, this stream right here is free. Go to kick.com/Aiden Ross if you want to watch this and you don't want to hear me. It's fine by me. I ain't gonna miss you. Get the fuck out of here. You know? Dummies. You know, you got a lot of low IQ motherfuckers that, like, if you don't think low IQ people exist, and if you don't think low IQ people genuinely could act out in that way, you are wrong. You are wrong. 1,000,000% wrong, you know? Anyway. So we got Gypsy Crusader here with what looks like a family member of his, I would guess, you know, and then we got one of the YNs in fucking SupaHotFire's corner.
Look at that size difference.
Yeah, that is a crazy size difference. That is not good. So I mentioned earlier, right, it would not surprise me to find that Paul uses a Thai style of boxing, right? The way the Thai do things is a lot different from the way that Westerners box. And it's Western boxing is objectively better for boxing than Thai boxing is, you know? And you can see he's literally in a Thai stance right now. So got a couple of jabs. We got SupaHotFire, sort of like, ooh, he fakes high, goes low. Nice. That's more than I expected out of him. Yeah, you don't want to do that with Paul. He actually knows how to upright grapple. You know? Couple of jabs.
Get out of that corner. Yep.
SupaHot just fucking diving in. You see, Thai boxing does not utilize a ton of head movement. What they utilize is a high guard, nice, compact. They utilize a long guard, right? Which you're seeing out of Paul right now. You're also seeing very basic combinations. He's throwing 2 punches at a time. There's no jab, cross, hook, cross. There's no jab, low, cross, hook, up high. There's none of that. You see again, there's that long. He's not just doing a Hitler salute there. He's using a long guard to try and box SupaHot out, to make sure that happens when he tries to go in, so that he can push him off and he can throw. You know, a lot of people were like, dude, he doesn't look very good right now. It's like, no, it's not that he doesn't look good. He just doesn't look the way you would expect him to, because he's not doing Western boxing. He's doing Thai boxing without the kicks, you know? Without the kicks, without the clinch. Whoa, that wouldn't have been good for him. Ooh, okay, that was a nice overhand. That was a nice overhand from SupaHot. You know, SupaHot's doing better than I expected him to, but he's not going to be able to do anything real. Ooh, you can see SupaHot's already tired. Ooh, okay. Supa's trying to parry the fucking jab. Supa's gotten a little bit better since 2025. You know, good for him. That was a nice cross. That was a nice right hook to the body, I mean. See, Paul, they're both tired already. They're both tired already. You know, the thing is, Paul just has to bide his time. He has to be nice and calm. And that's something that Thai fighters are very good at. You know, that's something that Thai fighters are very good at. That overhand right slipped through for SupaHot. You know, the thing is, as SupaHot gets more and more tired, especially as he leans on top of, as Paul leans on top of him, it's going to get a lot harder for him. You know? You can already see his hands low, you know? Ooh. Overhand right. So yeah, I'm not sure who I'd give that round to. It was a very good last minute for SupaHotFire, you know? What the hell's going on? Oh. I heard get your ass under the table. It's like, yo, what the fuck you talking about? Yeah, I mean, you know, I could see that. I could see that round going either way. I wouldn't be mad if somebody gave that to SupaHotFire, you know? You know, it's annoying being a Thai fighter having to deal with somebody like SupaHotFire, because as a Thai fighter, you're used to standing in front of somebody who's also standing in front of you. SupaHot's doing a good job of making sure he's not going to stand in front of Gypsy. What Gypsy needs to do is he needs to take a little bit more initiative, you know? Mr. White Man, don't let me down. Charleston White's fucking hilarious. See, again, like, SupaHot, he's got to be very careful, because he gets caught, he's going to really get caught, you know? He's stiff as fuck. That's fucking hilarious.
That's Paul's brother. He fell out with. Oh, I see. Okay. Gypsy just screams the N-word at kids and fights like this. I mean, Gypsy's not doing a bad job. He just doesn't have the output that he needs, you know? That's really what it is. I think he's also tired too, you know? But then again, they're also both tired, so. Now it's Paul's brother. I'm very confused. Yeah, I don't know, you know? Gypsy was very good, but he's not in great shape currently. Definitely not, you know? I mean, SupaHot's doing a lot better than I expected him to, but, I mean, it's only going to take one. It's only going to take one to change this, like that right there, you know? SupaHot just got popped. And you can see damage on SupaHot's face. You can see there's a welt building here. You know, he's getting caught. You know, Gypsy, I don't think respects SupaHot's, ooh, that was a nice cross. A nice uppercut, a nice jab. He's emoting. Oh boy. He's getting hit. Those were some of the best strikes of the fight so far, you know. There's another uppercut. You see, Paul's tired as fuck. I think he might even be a little bit more tired than a SupaHot, honestly. But he's landing, and SupaHot is not right now, and that's all that matters. You know, you're seeing Paul starting to pull ahead. You know, I could see that first round going to SupaHot. I could see this round, as of right now, going to Paul. You know, so it's going to be this third round, whoever wants it more. You know, unless, ooh. And you see Paul is starting to land at will now. You know, he's even using Thai footwork. He's fucking switching into a left hand. That's fucking funny to see, you know?
Yeah. Roger and Gypsy MMA would be crazy. That's what we got to do.
Ooh, that was a nice hook.
Jackson and Gypsy Crusader MMA chat. If you want to put yes in the chat. That's the fight.
I don't think that jab landed. That jab from SupaHot landed. Oh, but then some punches from Gypsy are landing. And that is the end of round 2. I would call it 1-1 right now. I would call it 1-1. So whoever wants it more in this last round is going to take it. There's no way you could say SupaHot won that round. The first round, there's an argument to be made. You know, it was a close round. I could see how somebody would argue that SupaHot took that round, so I'm just going to give that to him there. So I'm going to call it 1-1. You know, that was an elbow. What was an elbow? Man, was I not paying attention to the elbow? This was the same guy that was saying he was the best fighter. Other dudes showing how Supa got put in a ship back then. I don't know what you mean. Been here before. For those of you who don't know, if a person of color wins against a white in a fight, Scott immediately is under attack from any and all non-white people, and he has an attack. It's happened before. Yeah, I start convulsing is what happens. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yo, that's fucking hilarious, you know. I mean, SupaHot wants it. You know, SupaHot wants it right now. You know, that was not a bad move from Gypsy. That was not a bad move from Gypsy. What Gypsy has to do is he has to keep his pace up a little bit. You know, he's got to push off and he's got to go. He can't just. Oh. Ooh, okay. Gypsy caught a few there. That was probably a foot sweep. That was probably a foot sweep. That's funny as shit. That's funny as shit. Uh-oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. This might not be good for Supa. The fact that he's doubled over like that. I think the ref should have checked on him. To see if he was still like okay to go, because that was like, to see that is like
Keep them punches going, white man.
fucking Charleston White, bro. So what Gypsy needs to do in this last minute and a half, right? I mean, he needs to pull ahead a little bit more, because right now I think he's doing just about enough. But there's situations like that where he's catching punches that it's gonna make it hard for judges to be like, oh no, that was definitely his round, you know. I think what he needs to do is he needs to learn how to. I think he needs to learn how to. I think he needs to learn, or not learn, but I think he needs to start using a frame, you know? All right. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Yeah, they are going to call it if he doesn't intelligently defend himself. And he's done such a good job right now. It's like, ah, man, you know? Oh, man. For Shalane. Oh, we got 20 seconds. This is a tough one because a lot of these are not actually landing for Supa, but a lot of them are. And it's kind of tough to be like, oh yeah, no, this is like what's happening. Like, wait, yo, did he? Nah, I don't think he went down. I don't think he went down. If he got hit with a jab and his knee touched the ground, if anything other than his foot touched the ground, if anything other than his knee touched the ground, if anything other than his foot touched the ground after getting hit with a jab, that's a knockdown. I'd like to see a replay of that, but I don't know. I didn't have the best angle, you know. I didn't have the best angle. Yeah, Supa's still on the floor, you know. Like this is a tough one because like I could see the argument for both of them, you know. Like I feel here's the thing. I feel like Gypsy landed more in that third round. I feel like Gypsy landed more in that third round, but SupaHot landed cleaner. You know?
White people, y'all can hold y'all fist up too now. Yeah, my brother.
Nah, go fuck yourself, man. I'd say Gypsy edges it out. Somebody saying 2-1 Paul. I don't know, man. You know, it was close. And given that they already had a questionable decision today. Oh, a split decision. Ooh.
Wait. No. What are you doing? Supa.
Judge 1 scores this bout 29-28. SupaHotFire.
Okay. Hold on.
Judge 2 scores this bout 29-28. Gypsy Crusader.
That's bullshit, bro.
What? Bullshit. Jordan got something with this.
Judge 3 scores this fight 29-28, and the winner by split decision.
Supa.
Out of the red corner, Gypsy.
Aryan Brotherhood undefeated. Aryan Brotherhood undefeated on the night. For the white race. For the white race. Nah, but I didn't. It was so close. It was so close. It's tough for me to be like yeah or nah. I really couldn't tell you if I agree or disagree with that. I think there's arguments for both of them. It's like I said, the third round is the one that really decided it. I think Gypsy landed more. I think Gypsy landed more. I think SupaHotFire landed better. So it comes down to which one is gonna, you know, It comes down to how the referees, how the judges, excuse me, are going to score that. You know.
That's the commission. That's nothing to do with me. That's the commission.
Gypsy hit him with like 100 more punches. Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. It's like Gypsy was more consistent. But SupaHot had better moments, if I'm being honest with you, in that third round. And I think that's what gave him the edge. I think that's how Gypsy edged. You know. Let's see here. We're gonna see the. We're gonna see. Oh, hey. That's 4 points.
I'm allowed to post it.
Yeah. It's 3 rounds, nigga. The second round split. Nah. I give Super the third round.
Bro, he got pieced up.
Like a lot of these punches that are landing are not really landing that well. You see, he hit him with the fucking foot sweep there. He hit him with the fucking foot sweep. That's so funny.
That is fucking bullshit.
I'm glad I didn't contribute to the Jews stream. Oh, jeez. What are you saying that for, man? What are you saying that for, man? You had the best commentary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wizard Iron. I appreciate that, you know.
Florida Commission.
So, look at this fucking guy. Holy shit. That's funny as fuck. Supa did really good considering the height and weight difference. He really did. He's got nothing to be ashamed of there. That was really good for him. You know, that was really good for him. You know, black people across the globe felt a wave of victimhood wash over them. Yeah, and here's the thing. Fucking Gypsy Crusader is not my guy. Right, I explained this earlier today. Gypsy Crusader is not my guy. Sean Strickland is not my guy. But to them, they don't care. We're all the same. Even though I don't condone what Gypsy Crusader does on his Omegle streams and other things like that, it makes no difference to them. I might as well be Gypsy Crusader the way that leftists and a lot of black people would think of that stuff. So even though Gypsy's not my guy and I really didn't have that much of a dog in this fight, I would have rather have seen him won just so that I don't have to listen to fucking Rampage Jackson be like, "Hey, yo, that for the black people." You know, it's like I don't want to have to hear that bullshit. I don't want to have to listen to these fucking guys. Except for Charleston White. I don't want to have to listen to these fucking guys talking shit like, the master race, huh? Oh, yeah? Master of what? Getting your asses beat? White boys can't fight. Ha, 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 ha. Hey, right-wingers, your boy lost. And it's like, I never said he was my boy. I've never watched any of his shit. I've seen a clip here and there, you know, that type of shit. So even though Gypsy Crusader is, like, not my dude, it's like just for the fact that they don't make any differentiation between someone like him, who is the Omegle N-word guy, and me, someone who, like, yes, I'm right wing, and you could call me reactionary, I guess you could say, right? My views are not just normal conservative or libertarian views. I'm a traditionalist, you know, in the styling of Evola, except I don't take every little piece of what he has taught and apply it to everything, because I am also a Christian. I'm a Catholic, you know. Like, even though I am not the same as Gypsy Crusader and he is not the same as me, to them, we're all the same. So I don't want to have to listen to, your guy lost. That means you'd lose. You'd get your ass beat because you're a white boy Christian right-winger. And it's like, yeah, all right, fucking A, you know. Get me on there. Let me fight SupaHotFire. You know, if that's how it's gonna be, if that's how it's gonna be, he'll be super dead motherfucker is what he'll be. You know, like, and I like SupaHotFire. You know, I bet he's a really cool guy too. He seems like he's a cool guy, but it's like if that's how it's gonna be, if there's gonna be a level of disrespect thrown my way, it's like, nah, let's fucking do something about it then. You know.
All right, so I don't know what the fuck just happened. How you feel about the fight that just went down, brother?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm happy for my nigga SupaHot, my nigga. He did what he's supposed to do, my nigga. Fuck the judges, fuck all that. He went in there, 2 different body types, and put it on for the black nigga. Shout out to SupaHot, on God.
Okay. Y'all can clap for that. Y'all can clap.
That is the right attitude to have about SupaHot, though.
Yeah, SupaHot.
You know,
okay. So about this last fight, how you feeling about it?
I'd be proud of him.
Hey, wherever SupaHot at, nigga, we not mad at you, bro. I wanna let you know, nigga, come out. We gonna praise you, my nigga. You went crazy. You did good. We not mad at you, gang. All right, we love you. Real shit.
Okay. You did put on for the brothers,
Super,
bro.
I was
We
gonna
all
get
proud of
knocked
you.
out
How do you feel
first
about
round.
the
I
Blueface
did
fight that's
too.
about to
I
happen?
did too, you know?
Shit, I ain't gonna lie. You know, Chibu, my mans, I think Chibu just wanted more, but we gonna see. I think Chibu wanted
Yeah,
more.
100% of Paul wants to do more.
Okay, so we're
of
gonna see
this.
how
He's
they come
gotta
up.
step
Did you
things
put your
up. I mean, I don't know if
bets
he
in
does
on
or if he
Rainbow?
doesn't,
My
you know,
slips already
if he
lost, gang.
does,
I ain't gonna lie. I
though,
had
he's-
SupaHotFire on every
he's
slip.
gotta
No,
work
Black
two
Power all the
things.
way, my
One,
nigga. It's
he's gotta
GG's.
work
But we
on
here for the
getting
vibes, my nigga.
a
Brand raise this
more
shit lit this time. I ain't gonna lie, yo.
vibrant and
Aiden,
robust
W
hand
ass event,
game.
my nigga. Good shit. I'm proud of you, bro. Love the
And
event's going
he
crazy, my
needs-
nigga. Let's get it.
Hold on.
W Brand, respect to you, Aiden.
Sorry, again, I gotta like yell over this stuff. He's gotta work his conditioning, probably more important than anything, and then he also has to work on gaining a more robust and vibrant boxing game. You know, he needs more than just a jab cross. He needs more than just like naked hooks and stuff like that. You know.
I host them. You might be upset. You might not be upset. But Florida State Athletic Commission is the one who made the judge and the call, and that's that. So with that being said, this has been an amazing event. Thank you to everyone in attendance. Thank you to everyone watching. We still have one more bout to go.
Oh yeah.
We have
Blueface. There's one more fight to go.
And I'm ready to see this
I
fight.
think this fight is just as exciting, if not more.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, the last one was fun to watch.
Okay.
It's crazy.
White
It's
supremacist
two
wins
fights,
by
bro.
It's kind of
Christina,
like the same balance. You got a big dude and a smaller dude.
Yeah.
Let's just say one more thing, guys. You might be mad or not.
Should have bet on
Just
Gypsy.
understand the judges controlled it and the judges made the effort.
We got to respect their call.
Respect their call.
You may not have to agree, but you got to
Exactly.
Same last month. We thought Gabe won. So, yeah, same last
You
month.
gonna watch the next
you know what?
fight
You don't
too?
have to
I mean,
like
I might
Gypsy,
as
but
well.
he
It's the
won.
last
He won the fight.
You
So
know?
let's not cry. Let's not bitch. Let's not complain.
Gypsy's got to
Rampage
get more
number 13 still
cardio.
been
You
a
can
hell
tell
of a
by
event.
his physique
We got
he
one more
didn't do
bout.
enough cardio.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah,
why I picked to
100%.
win every week.
Rampage is getting a battery real quick.
He-
Let's wait for Rampage to come back before we start the next fight.
He has
Whack.
good shape. He has
Talk
a
to you
good
about
shape
Blueface.
to his
How's his
body,
training
right?
been? How locked in is he?
But
This is his
it's
first
not
boxing
good
fight at a
enough,
heavyweight.
I guess you would say.
First one ever.
First one ever.
Fought 155, 160. He's only been in the ring twice.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, Blueface is very athletic.
Yeah.
He's a thinker. He's very talented.
Right.
He's gotten stronger, and he got one hell of a coach, David Kaminsky. So.
Right.
But I think the only thing that works against my man Chibu is he gets angry in the ring.
Yeah, Chibu told me before. That's why during the press conference you could see he was controlling his emotions a little bit because I asked him what was
Last
that
fight
about.
was a modern
Chibu said he
version
knows
of
his only
Jesse
thing he
Owens
has to control is
versus
his temper.
Hitler. Hell yeah.
He's got to control
Hell
it. He's
yeah,
got to
that's
relax.
so fucking
He's got to
hilarious.
stay relaxed, and he cannot let it get to him. However mad he gets.
You know,
he cannot
I'd
let
like
it
to
get his
see
fight.
Aiden Ross
But if Chibu
box
can
on
control
one of
that,
these
he's got
one
a hell
day.
of a fight.
You know, he
He's got a
wants to
whack. I
be
still
he
think
wants
Chibu
to
wins
be
this
streamer Dana White. Hey, that's fine by me, man. You know, but you should at least
6
fight.
rounds.
That's one of the reasons I don't have a
Let's
ton of
see if the
respect for
strategy
Dana
works.
White is
Why did
because a
you wanna
lot
go
of the
6
stuff
rounds
that he
instead of
did
3?
in the
75
UFC was
pounds
like kind of
heavier than
bullshit.
That's right.
But then on top of that, like he's never fought himself. So he's commenting on and oftentimes criticizing people who do things that he has never done and will never do in earnest, and he thinks he has any leg to stand on. You know, like Dana White is a massive fraud when it comes to like the history of MMA in America. People falsely credited him with like making MMA what it is today. First off, what MMA is today kind of fucking sucks if we're being honest. But then on top of that, like a lot of the things that came together to make MMA great 10 to 15 years ago were things that Dana had nothing to do with. You know? Dana White, a boxer. I don't think he ever fought. I think he was like he was a gym rat. You know, what we call hobbyists today, we used to just call gym rats back in the day. They're dudes that train. They never actually fight. They'll spar, and they'll spar hard. They'll even spar pretty often. You know, but they'll never actually get into the ring to fight. You know, and I believe that's what he was. So it's like I don't, you know. It's like, ooh, this dude, fucking wide body over here. Fucking wide load. What weight were the gloves? They looked puffy. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I would assume at least 16 ounces, you know. Dana White is a slick-talking gambler who bought his way up. Exactly. Literally, that's it, you know? Like, a lot of the big names that we associate with mixed martial arts, they didn't actually get big in the UFC. They were big, and then they came to the UFC. That's Ronda Rousey. She was Strikeforce. Miesha Tate, Strikeforce. Daniel Cormier, Strikeforce. That was Nick Diaz, A lot of people came from Strikeforce. Then you got dudes from the lower weights like Jose Aldo, Donald Cerrone, Uriah Faber, Dominic Cruz. They were WEC guys. And then you got dudes who were Affliction, right? Even though I don't think Affliction was that big of a thing for that long, but another example, Pride. You had all these guys who made names in all these other organizations outside of the UFC. The UFC had their own names, and some of those names were huge. You had like the Randy Couture's, the Tito Ortiz's, the Chuck Liddells, right? But you had a lot more people from all these other organizations, and the UFC would find ways to buy them up. They would run them out of business and then buy them up for dirt cheap and bring contracts over. And then Dana would be talking like he was like with these guys from the beginning type shit, you know? And it's heinous. It's disgusting because he brought these people over saying, oh no, we're going to do great things and we're all going to get rich. And then he got rich and the fighters get paid dog shit, you know? And that's one of the reasons why I decided I didn't want to be a fighter, because like, for one thing, would I make it to the top? I mean, I guess you never know, right? You never know until you try. But in all honesty, the odds are I wasn't going to make it to the top. If I made it to the UFC, I probably at best would have been a mid-tier kind of guy, which that's something to be proud of in the UFC. But those guys aren't getting paid that much, you know? Even the guys at the top of the game are not getting paid what they're worth. So it's like, yo, I'm going to put in all this time and energy taking brain damage just to get no fucking pay. And I'm a little bit old to be trying to like start a boxing career in earnest to try and get to the top of that, or as far as I can go so that I can get paid good. Like, no, I'd rather just fight one, maybe two more times, maybe 3, depending on how things go and how I feel, you know, and just call it a fucking day. You know, call it a career and like just enjoy my life, you know? I already got injuries from fighting and I only had like 7 or 8 fights, you know? And a few exhibitions, you know, smokers, right? But it's like, man, you know? Very surprised they didn't rig it and give Supa the win. Go Gypsy. Yeah, I'm very surprised at that too, especially after that questionable decision earlier in the night with that Deshaun guy, and I think his name was Andrew Garcia. I think the Deshaun dude definitely won that fight. I think he won that fight. I think that was a big robbery. The Gypsy fight, like I said, it could have went either way, so I'm not mad at anybody. Whoa, this guy is fatter than me right now. All right. Remember when Kimbo Slice would make $500,000 to get his ass kicked? Yeah, like, you know.
It's gonna be a good fight.
That's the way the UFC used to be. And even if the UFC wasn't paying a ton, you could get sponsorships which would help you to pay more. You know, you would get paid more, you know?
Hey, Blueface ain't no slouch though.
Turn off that light.
Oh, that's power whack.
Yeah.
So there's a cross from Chibu.
Yes, it is.
I like how Chibu looks. He's a wide load, but you know what? He does not look that bad right now. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. You know.
It's so over, bud.
You would think that Chibu would have red gloves and Blueface would have fucking the blue corner. You know, you think that's how it would go.
No, he's not. Stop it.
Blueface isn't looking as bad as he used to, but he ain't looking that good either. You know, you gotta give him that. Just jabbing the body from Blueface. Jab, cross. Blueface throws to the body. He brings his hands down here and throws like that. It's like, oof, that is bad. Especially because Chibu looks like he kind of knows what he's doing a little bit. If he does that a little bit too much, Chibu's going to time it and he's going to go bang. You know, and that's going to be the end of this fight. Blueface is going home black and blue. It's Baldy versus Paul. I'm low-key tire off. What the fuck?
Blue does look good right now. I'll give you that way.
I would fuck the shit out of Chibu, says High Ecuador. That's pretty gay, my man. Looking back, I'm noticing in the Gypsy Supa fight, Supa would pan out and need a second, and Gypsy would let him collect himself. But Supa was faking to try and sneak in explosive uppercuts. Scummy. That's not necessarily scummy. That's kind of, I mean, that's crafty on his part. I don't think he was faking as much as you might think, Cavalog, but I could see that happening once or twice. You know. You know, the only when does Blueface fight? I think after this one. I think it's after this one. This is way more technical than the Gypsy fight. It kind of is actually, you know, specifically the Chibu guys. Like I said, you know, when Supa was circling around the ring while waiting for the decision, I fully expected him to try and cheap shot Paul, bro. I did too. I thought he was going to as well, Raven. I thought that's what was coming. I was like, especially when he walked around back, I was like, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. And then he just kept walking, and I was like, oh, all right, cool. So yeah, Chibu definitely used to box before he was before he got that fat. You know? Excuse me, geez.
Let's go. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he got active. He's nice and comfortable. It's a good technical fight.
Hey, everyone watch partying.
Anyway,
I appreciate you and love you very much. All you streamers, send me your fighters. Stop fucking around.
Yeah, after party at Taboo.
There you go, Chibu.
Chibu definitely boxed years ago before he got fat. The thing about athletic fat guys is that they always learned how to do whatever activity they're good at before they got fat. So even if they're slower, they're still explosive. And that's the thing about Chibu, is he's explosive. I would actually be not scared, but I would actually be a little bit nervous in the ring with him because I know he's that fucking big and he's explosive. So, through the ring. Oh, Lord. Anyway, I would be a little nervous in the ring because I know, like, okay, like this guy is explosive and he's big. If he hits me, it's really gonna hurt. So I gotta make sure I make him miss. I would probably take the counter striking role. I would take the counter striking path just on its own. Try to make sure he misses. Try to make him overextend and try and hit him after the fact. You know, because this dude, like, I am impressed. I didn't, especially the way he looks. I did not expect him to be as good as he is. You know, so that's good for him, and I don't see him losing this fight. You know, again, fucking female referee henpecking. You know,
this is Chibu's first time
bitching.
heavyweight too, so.
Make him respect your grip and now, get him.
He got fucking launched. He really did. He really fucking did, you know? It was cartoonish, Mr. Crossy. Yeah. Inch or a mile, a win's a win. If Paul's really that bad, it's worse for Supa, who's repping the black community. Yeah, oh yeah, you know? See, it's like I said, Paul is a Thai boxer, and the thing is, I kind of expected him to have a little bit more robust boxing, because a lot of Thai dudes, a lot of Thai boxers will transition to Western boxing and they'll fight regional. You know, they'll fight within that Southeast Asian, Indochina type of region. You know, and they have their own little way of doing things, and it can be really good. You don't see those guys on the world stage all that often, but it's not because they suck. You know, there's reasons for it, and some of it does come down to business. Boxing's a business at the end of the day. If you don't have a manager that can get you to those heights, it doesn't matter how good you are. It's an unfortunate reality of the boxing world. It's just how it is, and that's another reason why I decided against trying to make a career out of fighting, because I don't have anybody that cares about me like that. You know, the guy that I thought was going to help me to achieve my potential, he didn't care if I won or lost. You know, it was basically the fucking same to him. And because of that, when I would lose, he'd just be like, oh well, you know. There would be no like, all right, back to the drawing board. Here's what we need to work on. You know, there would be no, all right, let me pick an opponent for you so that we can make sure you're getting good experience in here, you know?
Oh God, he does. I've seen it.
Fucking.
Firsthand.
But yeah, Gypsy, I expected him to be a little bit more. I expected him to be a little bit more well versed in the hand techniques department because I figured he was training for this for at least a month. So I figured he would have been running drills. He would have been drilling. He would have been getting plenty of practice in just jab, cross, hook, cross. Jab, cross, hook, cross, you know, shit like that. Level changes, tempo, everything, you know. The other thing, too, is that SupaHot was really unpredictable. That's one of the annoying things about fighting someone who doesn't really box like that, is because it becomes difficult, right? Ooh. What's his face? He's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, what's his face? Blueface is what's his face. SupaHot was tough to deal with as well because he was explosive in a way that I don't think anybody expected, and he was awkward. That's the other thing, is that Thai fighters, they're very good at weaponizing pace and tempo, but also on the flip side of on the flip side of that as well, they can have a little bit of trouble if somebody is so irregular that they can't get a timing on them, they can't get a tempo, they can't get distance and range. They have a hard time finding predictability within the pattern that that person is kind of giving out, you know? So there's multiple reasons why Gypsy Crusader did not do as good as we expected him to, even in the win. And it's not just, in fact, a lot of it has very little to do with Gypsy Crusader himself, right? The things that it has to do with Gypsy is one, like I said, the tempo issue. No, excuse me, not the tempo issue. The cardio issue, excuse me. And then two, he should have had a little bit better hands. You know, a lot of the other stuff was actually SupaHot, making it so tough for him. Brandrisk posted the official scorecard for Gypsy versus SupaHot. Every judge gave round 2 to Gypsy. Every judge gave round 3 to SupaHot. 2 judges gave round 1 to Gypsy, and the other gave it to Supa. I see. Yeah. I guess that makes a little bit of sense, you know, because I was not sure who I would have given round 1 to. Round 2 was definitely round 1 I was iffy about, and I decided to give it to Supa because I felt like he had a really good last 45 to 60 seconds of that round. Round 2 was Gypsy, hands down, no doubt. Round 3 was a tough one, and I could see them giving it to either of them. And I wouldn't have been mad if they gave round 3 to SupaHot, like all three of them did, you know.
He got it. No, he got it. Come on, we hit him. There's snot coming out of his fucking nose.
That actually makes perfect sense because what we saw is what's capable after a few days in front of a hanging bag by yourself. Damn. What is that? It honestly didn't seem like Paul trained at all. I won't lie about that. Maybe some static bags. Yeah, like you do need to drill. Like in the last fight that I had in 2019, it's the fight that everybody finds when they look me up on YouTube, and I did really good in it, but I ended up losing because of an injury that occurred towards. Ooh, they traded him. They fucking traded him. Oh, it seems like it's heating up. Ooh, okay. Straight left down the middle.
Yo, this looks like a Fight Club vibe. I love this. Chatting in the crowd is just...
Yeah, this doesn't seem like a bad fight. I've been ignoring it this whole time because I give a fuck about either of them, you know. But they're not doing bad. They're not doing bad. You know? Paul said he had no trainer, no team. Nobody would touch him with a 10-foot pole. Could have hit me up. You know, I would have been like, hey, no pictures. You know. You know, depends on how much he's paying, though. Depends on how much he's paying. But anyway. jokes aside about everything, like, the last fight that I had in 2019, I did well. I lost because of an injury that happened. It was a freak accident that occurred, and I ended up hurting my knee, and I couldn't really continue after that. But I was beating the hell out of this guy. But it looked really, really fucking ugly because it was. Because it was ugly, you know? And the reason why is because I spent 2 months hitting the bag, and sometimes I'd get pad work, and then every now and again I'd get a little bit of sparring in. That was my training plan. Other than that, I did wind sprints. My coach had me do wind sprints so that I was conditioned. Ooh, some nice shots. Ooh, nice shots traded from both of them. Anyway, like, I didn't have technical training. I just hit the fucking bag a lot. That's all that happened. So because of that, when the time came, I didn't have any muscle memory built up. There was no, like, I had bad habits because if all you do is hit the bag, you develop bad habits whether you realize it or not, you know? And it was like, it was an ugly fight, even though I'm proud of how I did, you know? Like, that type of shit happens when you don't have training like that, you know? All I'm hearing is these guys ain't reaching full potential because they have no support. Let's change that real quick. Exactly, you know? If Super locked in, like, had better fundamentals, it would have been a blowout IMO. Black genetics give an inherently unfair edge in sports like boxing. That is false, actually. That's something that racists on both sides made up to try and convince you that you shouldn't try, and that if a black person ever tries to fuck with you, that you should just let them do that because, oh shit, but his genetics though, like, fuck, man. Shit, but like, I'm white. I don't have the kind of genetics he does. He'll beat my ass.
We have one more round after this.
The black people, the black racists, of course they like that idea because it keeps white people down, right? The white people, of course they like that because it's a good explanation as to why they suck. And I made a video about this. It's behind a paywall. Maybe I'll release that, right? Not that I think most of the people that are here right now are going to watch that, but, like, it's a convenient explanation and excuse for what is simply a statistical anomaly, you know? That's why there's so many black people in, say, like, the NBA, the NFL, and in boxing, because a lot of people in the black community, they decide from a young age, fuck that school thing, I ain't doing that shit. Boxing's my way. Boxing's my meal ticket. That's what happens with people in the black community. It's just the way that it is. Meanwhile, a lot of people in the white community, even if they play sports, they're encouraged not to take it that serious and to find another pursuit, to become a doctor or a fucking engineer or a plumber or something else like that, you know? Like, don't buy into that. Don't believe that that's actually how it is, because you're falling for a psyop. You're falling for an info hazard that is specifically designed to keep you down, and the only people that genuinely parrot that standpoint are people who never played sports in high school, and when they say it, it doesn't come off as, like, race realism. It's scientific. It's just race realism. It's scientific. No. Ooh, okay. All right. Okay. It doesn't come off like that. The way it comes off is, oh, dude, when I was in high school, I wanted to date this girl, but the black guy on the football team started dating her, and that guy also bullied me a little bit in class. He called me a fucking nerd. But it's okay because, I mean, genetically, that's what he's supposed to do to me because he's more athletic and dominant. And me, it's okay because I'm smarter. I have a bigger brain is what it is. It's like I could never, you know? I could fucking never under any I could never under, we're just ignoring this barn burner here. We're fucking ignoring this barn burner. But I could never, ever under any circumstances believe that because I have too much pride in myself. I have too much pride in who I am, who my ancestors were. I believe in myself, and I love myself and my people too much to be like, but you know, black people are just better at sports. Fuck no, they're not. Fuck no, they're not. Of course not. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. It's preposterous, you know? Scott not wrong about certain aspects of that psyop, sure. Yeah. Like spiritually, I think we are all different. Spiritually, I think we all are different. I think there's a reason why the Irish are a certain way. I think that spiritually we are a certain way. But genetically, no. You know, and look, I get it. Like, you know, black people have different genes, and that's why they have black skin, and white people have white skin because of their genes and stuff like that. But that's not the way that shit like that works, you know? It's just not the way shit like that works, you know? There's too much genetic diversity within both groups of people to say that black people are more or less athletic or anything like that. You know, that's just not how that works, you know? That's some made-up shit to make white people feel bad about being white. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about, you know? Chinese people are best at sports, actually. Yes, they are. This is the only fight where there's actual talent. Well, no, not exactly, but it was entertaining, and I just completely fucking ignored it, you know? That's because, truthfully, I didn't give a fuck about any of those, you know? A man with red hair says he's not genetically different. What I know you're just fucking with me, John Tent, but like, what I mean is like these dudes, just because they're black, they're not inherently more athletic than I am, you know? And that's like, it doesn't help that, again, a lot of white people don't bother with sports in the way that a lot of black people do. Like I can remember when I was in high school, there was a group of black dudes, and like every day after school, it was to the park playing basketball. Basketball. When it would rain or snow, they would go to a local fitness center that had a basketball court there. This dude won. They would go to a local fitness center that had a basketball court there, and they would just fucking play basketball. When they would go home and play video games, they were playing NBA, 2K, whatever. Now, these guys, they didn't go pro. One guy, actually, I knew, he played in Europe, right? That's the closest any of those guys went to going, like, NBA-type pro, was one of them played in the European leagues in, like, Ireland and Sweden and stuff like that. But these dudes, they're constantly doing athletic shit. They're constantly playing sports. So of course they're gonna be athletic. They're constantly doing athletic shit. Meanwhile, you got a bunch of kids who, like, sure, maybe they play a little bit of sports, but you know, they're more video game type kids. You know, they'd rather be inside, you know, hanging out playing fucking Gears of War or Fallout 3 or whatever. And because of that, they're not as athletic. It's like, of course. Of course. Whatever you put your mind to, you're going to get better at. I'm not saying like, and that's not like you can do whatever you put your mind to. That's not what I mean. What I mean is whatever you put your mind to, you're going to improve at. As long as you're doing it the right way. And like, it's just like, no, you know, like, of course, the people that are always playing sports are going to be good at sports, which means anything else that is athletic that they need to do, whether it's like a car's coming towards them and they need to jump out of the way in time to not get hit, or if it's a situation where, like, I don't know, they're in the locker room at school and they start mouthing off to somebody and that guy mouths back and they start fighting. Of course, you know? I just got an email. Yes, we are good. Okay. Caitlin Clark, best in WNBA by far. Exactly. And that's another thing, right? This is since I have probably, I would assume, a couple hundred people here still. Yeah, I had like 370 something when I first, a while ago. I have 178, and I want to say thank you everybody who's here. Like, one thing, right? When it comes to boxing specifically, this is one of my more esoteric, I guess you could say, This is one of my more esoteric conspiracy theories, right? Boxing was purposefully taken over by race hustlers in order to try and empower the black community in a negative way and also disempower the white community, which, in a negative way. What I mean by that is it was a psyop meant to convince black people that white people inherently cannot fight. And what you saw in the 1960s was people like Don King who started to enter into the boxing world. Boxing used to be ran by the Italians, right? And then eventually you started seeing people of other races, move into there, right? And this isn't oh, we got to get them out. It's like whatever. They these people, they're big players in boxing. It just is what it is. You have people like Bob Arum, right? That's an interesting last name. I wonder where he's from. A good example of this is Tommy Morrison versus, I believe it was Razor Ruddock. If not, it was another guy. But I guess what happened was Tommy Morrison got paid $50,000 more than Ruddock for that fight, and man, I'm trying to remember if it was Razor Ruddock. It was either Razor Ruddock or it was someone else. But Razor Ruddock calls up Bob Arum, and he's like, "Hey, so why is Tommy Morrison getting paid more than me?" Bob Arum's like, "'Cause he's white," and hangs up. That's the type of shit that goes on, where it's like, no, actually, Tommy Morrison was a heavyweight champion that was well loved by people. He was a movie star, fresh off of Rocky V. Of course, he was gonna get paid more. Who the fuck are you? You're Razor Ruddock. Who talks about you anymore? Nobody fucking cares about you. Fucking, of course he's going to get paid more. You're lucky it wasn't 100,000, 150, 200,000, But Bob Arum made it into a race thing, right? You have people like Don King, right? He's taking black athletes and he's making sure that they get favorable promotion over white athletes who are just as good and in some cases better. And because of that, you don't even know these white athletes. Tommy Morrison, a lot of people don't even realize that a lot of people don't even remember him other than in the Rocky V movie. Tommy Gunn. He was a real boxer. He was a real heavyweight champion from the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, and he was really fun to watch. You got Kelly Pavlik, right? I forget who he beat. I think we'll look some names up, right? Right. Let's look some names up. Here's one for you, Scott. What about Mickey Sullivan? Had a promising career in the 30s. Nah, I never heard of him. Let's see here. Jermaine Taylor, right? That's a dude that I remember the name. He lost to Bernard Hopkins. Okay, that's fine, but there's no shame in losing to Bernard Hopkins, right? Yes, he won this. Okay, dudes that it's like win, all these wins. His first loss is to a legend in Bernard Hopkins, right? He loses one more time to Sergio Martinez, who was no joke back then, right? This dude was a big player in the late 2000s, early 2010s boxing world. Nobody talks about him anymore because, well, I mean, you tell me, right? Bernard Hopkins, let's take a look at him, right? He's got some interesting losses on his fucking thing. Let's see here. There was one in particular, right? Was it Chad Dawson? No, it was not Chad Dawson. It was not Joe Smith Jr. Yeah, no. There was another guy, right? I forget his fucking name, and that just kind of proves what I'm talking about. Here. I don't even remember this guy's name, Where the fuck is this dude? There was another white dude who beat him, right? And in this fight, B-Hop was literally like, I will not lose to a white guy. I will never lose to a white guy. And sure enough, he loses to a white guy. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it on here, You see, he loses twice to Jermaine Taylor, right? Yes. This dude right here, right? Fucking, he had a couple of good wins, I believe. Yeah, he beats Bernard Hawkins. He beats Roy Jones Jr. Like, when do you fucking like? When do you ever hear about this guy? Look, undefeated, mind you. People talk about what's his face, fucking Floyd Mayweather. You know, people talk about Floyd Mayweather. This dude was undefeated in 46 fights. Nobody talks about him. It's all about politics. Boxing is a political sport, literally and figuratively, in that if you are a certain kind of guy, you will have an easier time. And yes, it does come down to skin color, but it's also who you know. If you know certain guys, you can get a better promotion and things like that. And the latter led to the former, where those certain guys decided, you know what, we're only going to let this kind of guy do well in the boxing world. And after a generation or two, there was the psyop really set in, where you have white people who are like, oh, well, you know, actually, boxing is for black people, and white people are not good boxers, and black people are better fighters because they're just more aggressive and they're more dominant, and I'm just a little white boy, and I don't know how to fight, and like that's why that happened. You know, I didn't expect to be talking about this today, so I'm not exactly doing the greatest job of explaining it all, but I would like to believe that you guys kind of, you know, you guys get it. I would like to believe that you guys get it. Yes, Scott is autistic about this topic. I am. And I'm autistic about it because it does matter, because it's brainworms are not a good thing. Brainworms should be resisted, and you need to realize that, like, it's not as simple as just, who cares, bro? Like, you need to care about this. You don't need to be autistically going off about it like I am right now, right? You can, you don't got to go to the bar and then try to talk a girl's ear off about it, you know. But at the end of the day, you really gotta, you really gotta, like, be able to push back on that in your own personal way. You got to be able to be like, nah, that's bullshit. And if I want to get good at boxing, I'm going to get good at boxing, and nobody's going to stop me. And I'm not going to be intimidated by anybody just because fucking brainworms, you know? Scott, please make a full video on this. Totally correct on this matter. I've considered it. I would like to. I just don't have the time to. I'm trying to work on a couple of videos right now, and I just can't get them off the ground. I want to talk about FSU, the hardcore gang, you know, hardcore crew, hardcore gang, whatever you want to call them. You might know them from Gangland, the TV show back in the 2000s. They started off in Boston, and I made a contact. I made an acquaintance, I guess you could say, with a guy who was a skinhead back in the day, who was around for the formation of FSU. Like, for instance, they say FSU stands for Friends Stand United, or fuck shit up. I heard one guy, his name's Derek Diablo. I actually released a video with him, Fist Fight Support Unit, right? This guy that I know, who was in Boston for the formation of FSU, he said, actually, no, it started off as fuck skinhead unity. And what it is a bunch of people got angry that skinheads were, like, not trying to beat up, like, certain other skinheads and stuff like that, you know? There's politics about it. There's definitely some politicking there that I have to ask this guy about, but, like, I want to work on that video. I just don't have the time or the energy. And then there's another one that I want to work on about left-wing hicks, hick libs, you know, and the umbrella that I put them underneath, which I call the tough lib. I think that would be a very good video to do. I think all those would be very good videos to do, but I just don't have the time and the energy. It's like I said. Oh man. Look up Big Frida from New Orleans. Maybe I'll do that one next time. I think it is about time for me to get out of here. It's about 12:30 a.m. where I happen to be at, and my voice is hoarse, my throat is hoarse, and I would like to try and rest to that. But I want to say thank you everybody who popped in. I'm looking at the stream right now. It says 12,614 total views throughout the 4.5 hours that we streamed for. That is bonkers. Thank you, everybody. I don't think that's the best stream I've ever had, but if it's not, it is very close to the best stream that I've ever had. So I want to say thank you, everybody who popped in, whether you're here, whether you're not here. You know, I would appreciate if you would like the stream as well. I would really appreciate it. Anybody who's still here. And feel free to tune in the future. I usually stream 2 to 3 times a week. I might stream tomorrow, but if I do, it's going to be on my Kick channel. That's kick.com/Scott Sullivan MMA. I'll put that in the... Nah, shit. All right, there we go. Anyway, yeah, so if you want to follow me there, if I do stream tomorrow, it'll probably be only on Kick because I can get away with a little bit more on there. And yeah, you know, hopefully I'll release some Street Fight videos soon. I do Street Fight videos as well because I like to try and help people so that they know what to do if they're faced with similar situations. And I think that's all I got. I think that's all I got. You know, I just want to say thank you, everybody, one last time. I had a really good time tonight, and I hope that you guys did too. Sorry about that. And until next time, peace out.
Suck Sullivan, don't mess with his load, or you will get undone. Spinning round and round, bleeding on the ground. Scotty Rocker, laundry killer, no remorse in this beamer. Fabric assassin, hood cleaner, coming for your Rasta queen. Rape on the washing machine, no use to fight back. MMA, knock your nigga head like a KKK. Hush your nigga mouth if you can't walk the talk. Smokes. Me running really, really fast. Ginger eye round the back of me black ass. Chasing me like a devil, pot belly of the beast. Calling me a dickhead, there is no resist. Closing inch by inch, got me in a pinch. Modern day Scotty Rocker laundry lynch. No use to fight back. MMA, knock your nigga head like a KKK. Hush your nigga mouth if you can't walk the talk. Smoke. Me running really, really fast. Ginger eye on the back of me black ass. Chasing me like a devil, pot belly of the beast. Calling me a dickhead, there is no resist. Closing inch by inch, got me in a pinch. Modern day Scotty Rocker laundry lynch. Chasing me like a devil, pot belly of the beast. Calling me a dickhead, there is no resist. Oh.